Chapter 78. Walking into the familiar battle ring, Zhou Jie felt a lot of pressure this time. Opposite him, Zhang Biyu, who was also wearing a battle suit, walked quickly into the battle ring with a scimitar on his back. Zhou Jie looked up, and their eyes met. They were more than 150 meters apart, but Zhou Jie felt the invisible fighting spirit from his opponent. When the referee announced the start of the match, Zhou Jie quickly took out the Kadi's blade. With Zhou Jie's energy, the Kadi's blade emitted a light blue glow. Zhang Biyu also pulled out the windbreaker blade on his back. The blade was more than 3 feet long, with a half-curved blade and a sawtooth on the back. He stared at Zhou Jie coldly. Neither of them chose to make the first move. Instead, after a few seconds of confrontation, they slowly approached each other and looked for each other's flaws. When the two were less than 5 meters apart, they suddenly stopped with tacit understanding. Clang! Almost at the moment when they stopped, Zhang Biyu attacked Zhou Jie with lightning speed and slashed at Zhou Jie's chest. Zhou Jie also quickly blocked with his blade. The two blades separated as soon as they touched, and the two retreated about 5 meters again. Zhou Jie fought with his opponent and couldn't help but frown slightly because he almost couldn't block it just now. This showed that the strength of his opponent's blade was very terrifying and was obviously superior to his. Zhang Biyu was also slightly surprised that his first attack didn't achieve the desired effect. He completely faced Zhou Jie. "I hope your blade can surprise me," Zhang Biyu suddenly said. Then, Zhang Biyu attacked Zhou Jie again with his blade. The speed of his blade was so fast that only the light of the blade could be seen in the air. Zhou Jie was always vigilant against Zhang Biyu's attack. His reaction was very fast, and he quickly blocked with his blade. When he attacked, only the light of the blade could be seen. Ping, 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 ping. The sound of weapons colliding was endless. The audience outside the arena was attracted by the fight between Zhou Jie and Zhang Biyu. For them, a fight of this level was really rare. Zhang Biyu's blade technique was not only powerful, but also fast. One blade after another, Zhou Jie was beaten until he couldn't fight back. Zhou Jie tried his best, but he could only barely defend. This was because his saber technique had a good foundation and his reaction was fast enough. For example, Zhang Biyu's previous opponents all suffered a few saber wounds in a few exchanges and quickly admitted defeat. Golden Lotus Sword Formation, Tai Chi Destruction. Zhou Jie finally couldn't resist Zhang Biyu's continuous attacks and used Golden Lotus Sword for the first time in the finals. Whoosh, 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 144 golden swords shot out. The moment Zhang Biyu sensed it, he retracted his blade and quickly retreated, fearing that he would be attacked by the golden swords. The Tai Chi Extermination sword formation was instantly formed and headed towards Zhang Biyu. Seeing this, Zhang Biyu stood where he was and waited for the sword formation to close in. But in an instant, he slashed out several times and easily blocked the Golden Lotus Sword formation. Under the guidance of the sword momentum, the golden sword also bounced to the side. Zhou Jie took advantage of the situation and attacked Zhang Biyu with all his strength. Seeing this, Zhang Biyu didn't retreat. He also slashed out his sword and collided with Zhou Jie. Clang! Both of them were shocked at the same time and took half a step back. Then, they attacked again with tacit understanding. They both wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress each other with their blades. Ping! There was another clash. Even with Zhou Jie's full power, this saber strike was not at a disadvantage. Zhang Biyu's expression was still calm, but his eyes were more terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Biyu's saber momentum changed from the initial sharp to illusory and ethereal. Every saber strike seemed to come from a cloud of smoke, but the angle was extremely tricky. Zhou Jie originally wanted to continue fighting, but when Zhang Biyu used his saber, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if once his saber touched Zhang Biyu's saber, he would fall into a state of suppression and be unable to escape. Therefore, Zhou Jie chose to quickly retreat to avoid the sharp edge. Zhang Biyu frowned when he saw Zhou Jie retreating. He moved his feet and rushed forward. His blade was like an ethereal cloud and smoke, but the speed was ridiculously fast. Zhou Jie turned pale with fright and hurriedly took another step back. At the same time, he used his saber as a defense. Ping! Zhou Jie felt the power from the Kadi's blade, and his face changed. At the same time, Zhang Buyu took another step forward and slashed again. This time, it was a horizontal slash, but it was still terrifyingly fast. Zhou Jie's eyes focused. He didn't hesitate to use the Thunderbolt Blade Essence to fight against the enemy. Ping! This time, Zhou Jie and Zhang Buyu were evenly matched. Zhang Buyu's blade momentum paused for a moment. Zhang Buyu was shocked, but his hands didn't slow down. This was his family Zhang's 3 blades. It was the most powerful when used together, and he had used his blade essence all along. Just now, Zhou Jie had used all his strength to defend against the first strike. His expression had changed because he had almost failed to defend against it. If he hadn't taken a step back, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defend against it. Therefore, Zhou Jie had immediately used his saber intent without hesitation. Only then was he able to fight evenly with Zhang Buyu's saber intent. As for the third slash swish, Zhang Buyu's third slash was like a torrential downpour. Its speed and momentum were obviously stronger. Zhou Jie's pupils shrank. It was too fast. He didn't have time to block it. Ping! At the last moment, Zhou Jie blocked Zhang Buyu's third slash with his backhand, but he couldn't completely block it. Zhou Jie's wind-breaking saber cut through his left shoulder to his chest, making Zhou Jie feel a burning pain. However, as a top assassin, Zhou Jie had a fighting ability that was beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. In the situation where he could not dodge just now, he did not hesitate to choose to fly up and kick. Under Zhang Buyu's astonished gaze, he kicked above his thigh knee. Zhou Jie took advantage of the force to retreat. At the same time, he blocked the possibility of Zhang Buyu's pursuit. He took a few steps back and opened up a distance. Fortunately, it's the Netherworld battle suit. Otherwise, the ordinary battle suit would have been broken by that slash. That would be more than just a simple pain. After Zhou Jie retreated, he still felt the pain where the wind-breaking saber cut through. He was shocked by his opponent's strength, but he also secretly rejoiced. As mentioned before, the protective suit of the final match only had strong defense in a few key positions, which was used to avoid most fatal injuries. Zhang Buyu's left knee was kicked by Zhou Jie. He felt a sharp pain in his knee in an instant, and his figure staggered. He could not help but be shocked by Zhou Jie's ability to adapt. This was definitely something that could only be trained by countless fights. Even he, who was somewhat spoiled because of his background, could not train Zhou Jie's ability to adapt to a fight. Compared with the pain of Zhou Jie's injury, Zhang Buyu's injured knee affected his combat effectiveness more. Zhou Jie saw Zhang Buyu's left foot pointing slightly for a moment and understood. His kick just now was fierce, and it was different from the injury caused by sharp weapons. The kick was a blunt injury, and the battle suit couldn't reduce the blunt injury at all. Knowing that Zhang Buyu's left leg was injured, Zhou Jie did not hesitate to take the initiative to attack. He used his lightning saber intent to its limits and slashed out with a thunderous sound. When Zhang Buyu saw Zhou Jie charging at him, he was unable to dodge due to his limited mobility. Therefore, he used his misty rain saber intent to clash with Zhou Jie. It had to be said that Zhang Buyu's saber techniques were a lot more intricate than Zhou Jie's. Misty Rain's saber intent was also very powerful. If not for Zhang Buyu's footwork being affected by his injury, Zhou Jie might have been suppressed. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in life. After Zhou Jie's footwork was restricted, his saber techniques lacked many variations. Zhou Jie focused on forcing him with his footwork, attacking and retreating freely. It made Zhang Buyu feel helpless and drained. At times, he would block, but once Zhou Jie retreated, he would be unable to chase after him. Using too much strength would only result in missing him. At other times, he would defend, but Zhou Jie would use his footwork to constantly change his attacks. Sometimes it was heavy, and sometimes it was light. Zhang Buyu could only use all his strength to defend. As time went on, he found it strenuous. As the minutes and seconds ticked by, Zhou Jie gradually gained the upper hand. During this period, Zhang Buyu would suddenly launch a powerful counterattack, but it was blocked by Zhou Jie. Instead, it aggravated the pain in Zhang Buyu's knee. Finally, at the 7th minute of the match, Zhang Buyu suddenly called for a halt and chose to admit defeat. Although your saber techniques aren't strong, you have comprehended saber intent. It's not easy for me to beat you. Your actual combat ability is far above mine. I'm impressed. If it were a life-and-death battle, I might not be your match. I, Zhang Buyu, have learned my lesson. I admit defeat here. With that said, Zhang Buyu turned and left without looking back. Thank you for letting me win. After Zhang Buyu took a few steps away, Zhou Jie said that and turned to leave as well. Chapter 79. Zhou Jie returned to the waiting room and sat in his original seat. Suddenly, several people sitting next to him looked at him. One of them even said, "Brother, you're amazing. I know the kid from the Zhang family. He's the one who is expected to enter the top 10. I didn't expect him to lose to you." Zhou Jie heard this and looked at the person who spoke. He nodded slightly and said, "You flatter me." Then, he ignored him. Seeing this, the man smiled awkwardly. He immediately shook his head and stopped talking. In fact, such a similar scene had happened several times. It had happened to Veronica, Yuan Qingkong, Yi Kai, Lei Ba, and others before. Only Lai Wen generously agreed when he was praised. However, after chatting with others for a while, he bluntly said, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you guys are too weak." Therefore, no one went to hit on Veronica and others. It was only when Zhou Jie had just shown his skills that he was talked to again. After Zhou Jie's match, Veronica and others who he was optimistic also had their matches one after another. Although their opponents were obviously much stronger, none of them could compare to Zhang Buyu. In the end, they were still completely defeated. The battle ended in less than 2 minutes. However, when Zhou Jie was watching Yi Kai's match, Yi Kai drew his sword for the first time and showed a superb swordsmanship. His opponent quickly threw away his helmet and armor and admitted defeat. This swordsmanship, he must have also comprehended the artistic conception. I feel that Yi Kai's swordsmanship is similar to my Thunderbolt saber technique. If I can fight with him, I may gain more than the battle with Zhang Buyu. Zhou Jie's eyes lit up slightly as he watched the last match. He secretly thought to himself, at this point, there were not many matches that were worthy of Zhou Jie's attention. So, he left the waiting room like Veronica and some others. He planned to go back to his residence to digest today's battle and what he had watched. In the middle of the night, Zhou Jie happily put away the Kadi's blade. I didn't expect that the battle with Zhang Buyu would give me so much. Although my lightning blade essence was fast and strong, it lacked variations. Zhang Buyu's lightning blade essence was the exact opposite. The two complemented each other, allowing me to create several moves that are suitable for lightning blade essence. Zhou Jie thought. Then, with a thought, he displayed the golden lotus sword flower. The golden lotus sword flower split into countless golden swords, and Zhou Jie tried to control the golden swords with the saber concept, hoping to touch the flying sword concept. A few minutes later, this won't do. Flying swords are controlled by spiritual force, which is completely different from wielding a saber by hand. The two concepts can't be connected. Zhou Jie shook his head and helplessly put away the golden lotus sword flower. Then, Zhou Jie looked at the time. It was almost midnight. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed and closed his eyes to meditate, waiting for tomorrow's competition. The next day, Zhou Jie went to the competition. In the waiting room, he saw his opponent that day, Yi Kai. Yi Kai, I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Although Zhou Jie wanted to fight with Yi Kai yesterday, he didn't expect to meet him the next day. Naturally, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, Zhou Jie quickly glanced at the ranking that had been decided yesterday. He had won 7 matches in a row and was tied with 11 other people for first place. His total score was 120 points. The people who could match him had at least 95 points. At this moment, there were less than 30. In this way, it's normal for me to meet Yi Kai. He also won 7 games in a row. I can fight less than 10 games at most, and the competition will be over, right? Zhou Jie thought, but he didn't deliberately calculate how many games he had to fight. It was just his feeling that there were less than 10 games left. According to the list, the matches in the lower division began. Compared to the higher division, with more than 100 points, there were more matches in the lower division. The matches didn't end until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, there were matches in the middle division, which lasted until about 5 o'clock in the evening. Before Zhou Jie, there were 5 matches with a total of 10 groups, which ended in half an hour. However, there were a few matches that made Zhou Jie feel very exciting. One of them was Veronica against Zhang Biyu, Laiwen against Lu Haoran, Pasna against Acolyte, and Lei Ba against Shi Qianlong. Needless to say, Zhang Buyu's leg injury recovered that night. He was in peak condition when he fought Veronica. However, Veronica was indeed strong. When the match went on for nearly a minute, he used a long spear and actually made Zhang Buyu admit defeat in 10 shots. As for Lu Haoran, Zhou Jie felt that he had a chance of winning against him, but he wasn't absolutely sure. However, when he fought against Laiwen, after a fierce battle, Laiwen also admitted defeat in less than half a minute. Pasna and Acolyte's strength was similar, and there wasn't much difference between them and Zhou Jie. In the end, the two of them fought for more than 5 minutes. Acolyte was lucky to win by 1 move and defeated Pasna. As for the battle between Lei Ba and Shi Qianlong, it was also the first time that Zhou Jie saw Lei Ba's terrifying strength. Zhou Jie felt that he wasn't weaker than Laiwen. Shi Qianlong's strength was also comparable to Zhou Jie. When Lei Ba erupted his strength and even triggered a lightning attack, Shi Qianlong was caught off guard and instantly defeated. It's my turn. Seeing Lei Ba and Shi Qianlong leave the stage, the other group also ended their battle half a minute later. Zhou Jie thought to himself and then stood up. At the same time, opposite Zhou Jie, Yi Kai, who was wearing a green robe, also stood up. Yi Kai came from an ancient swordsmanship family. He practiced swordsmanship, so he naturally liked the elegant appearance of an ancient swordsman wearing a sword robe. He was also one of the only 2 people in the finals who didn't wear modern clothes like battle suits. The other was Yuan Qingkong. Zhou Jie and Yi Kai looked at each other. From the depths of each other's seemingly calm eyes, they could see a trace of fighting spirit. Then, Yi Kai calmly nodded at Zhou Jie. This was his approval for Zhou Jie to be his opponent. The other group competing with Zhou Jie was Yumi, and Miyazaki Naganabu. They also received a lot of attention. This night's match was destined to be too much for the eyes to take in. Zhou Jie and Yi Kai went on stage one after another. The two approached each other. At the same time, after a brief introduction, the referee announced the start of the match. With the blade of Cadiz in hand, Zhou Jie stopped about 10 meters away from Yi Kai, ready to fight. Yi Kai also pulled out the dark green longsword on his back. The blade immediately flowed with energy. "Please." Yi Kai spat out a word. He actually let Zhou Jie make the first move. This was the first time he asked someone to make the first move since the start of the match. Before, he didn't say anything and waited for someone to make the first move. Hearing this, Zhou Jie frowned slightly. The energy in his body surged wildly. Immediately, he slashed out with his sword, using the lightning saber intent. Yi Kai's swordsmanship was also quite swift and fierce. When Zhou Jie rushed behind him, Yi Kai drew his sword at lightning speed. His body moved with the sword, and his whole person turned into an afterimage. Using the battle circle technique, he circled around Zhou Jie and exchanged blows with his sword. For a moment, the sound of clashing metal could be heard. The light of the sword flashed back and forth between the two of them, and the air was constantly exploding. The audience was suddenly filled with exclamations and discussions. Compared to the battle between Yumi, and Miyazaki Naganabu, which had just begun, the battle between Zhou Jie and Yi Kai was white-hot. The intensity of the battle shocked many of the audience. Of course, Many of the audience were more interested in Yumi's battle. After all, Yumi was a beautiful woman with a hot body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After fighting for more than half a minute, Zhou Jie and Yi Kai's movements felt like they were tearing through the air. The two of them walked as they fought, and only after images could be seen on the battle stage. The reason why the battle was like this was because Zhou Jie had used his sword concept with all his strength. His sword concept was similar to Zhou Jie's, and it was called the Thunder Flash concept. In addition to the swift and violent attacks of Zhou Jie's lightning saber intent, it also gave people the feeling of a lightning-fast attack when combined with his footwork. Relying on his rich combat experience, Zhou Jie also moved at high speed to avoid being suppressed by his opponent's footwork. This was why the two of them were constantly shuttling back and forth on the battle stage. Yi Kai was somewhat surprised that Zhou Jie could almost perfectly keep up with his footwork and receive his attacks. He even felt that Zhou Jie's lightning saber intent contained some changes, which brought him some pressure from time to time. Therefore, even though he had a deep foundation of nearly 30 years of swordsmanship, he was not able to gain the upper hand. In fact, he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The reason for this was that Zhou Jie's physical endurance was stronger than Yi Kai's. After more than a minute of high-speed and high-intensity fighting, Zhou Jie felt that Yi Kai's sword momentum had weakened a little, but he was still able to maintain his peak offensive. Chapter 80. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Kakashi immediately said, "Hee, Jocko, we're aiming for the first place. Even if we can't get first place, it's not bad to get second or third place." Zhou Jie was speechless. How could Kakashi talk about such a heavyweight competition as if it were a joke? Zhou Jie shook his head and said, "It seems that it'll be difficult for us to even make it to the top 10. Kakashi, you're underestimating the geniuses of a star zone." Kakashi snorted and said, "That's all a star zone can do. It's already impressive for an Imperial Lord to be born every 10 million years. What can they do?" "You can say that, but I'm not a Star Lord yet, and I haven't started receiving legacies yet. I don't even have the chance to become a Lord. I'm still incomparable to some of them," Zhou Jie said lightly. He was also trying to provoke Kakashi, hoping that he could come up with some ideas to give him a chance or direction to become stronger in a short period of time. As expected, Kakashi immediately said, "Humph. I don't care. They're all garbage compared to the legacies of the sacred grounds. Jocko, you can beat them even if you practice a secret technique of the sacred grounds." "What about the secret techniques? Only Star Lords can learn them, right?" Zhou Jie rolled his eyes and picked up his cup again. "Who said that? They're the secret techniques taught by the 6 Tower Masters of the 6 Paths Tower. Every one of them is a divine ability. It's difficult for Star Lords to even learn them. However, there are some common secret techniques that are suitable for those below the Lord level. Jocko, you can still learn them." Zhou Jie was stunned. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Kakashi snorted again. "I thought that it was a waste of time to learn them. I should focus on building my foundation and becoming a Star Lord as soon as possible. Once I learn the secret techniques of the 6 Tower Masters, I won't be able to use them at all. They can still build my foundation." "Kakashi, are you an idiot?" Zhou Jie said angrily. Kakashi was tongue-tied. "All right. Actually, I don't know which secret techniques or cultivation techniques are suitable for you, Jocko. Master told me to store them in my brain. It's very troublesome to learn them." Kakashi explained. "Why did I tell you to store it in your brain? Can't you just put it in the inheritance temple?" Zhou Jie was puzzled. Kakashi replied, "Jocko, it's not that I want to criticize you, but in such a critical moment, of course Master would bring along the more precious inheritances. Those low-level treasures were just something Master brought along on a whim. He told me to store these secret techniques and the like. It's a similar situation. He said that they can be used as materials for the inheritors to comprehend. You can just look at them casually." Zhou Jie felt that he had nothing to say. Secret arts and cultivation techniques that even Lord-ranked monsters could practice were actually just for casual viewing? As for the more advanced secret techniques, my brain can't copy them and convert them into information storage. It can only store some low-level ones. Kakashi added. Zhou Jie sighed. Then he thought for a moment and said to Kakashi, "Restore the information on those secret techniques and the like and show them to me in the form of images. I want to choose which ones are suitable. Maybe they can help me a little." All right. Kakashi was helpless and immediately began to organize. After a while, Kakashi's eyes emitted a faint blue light that scattered into a light screen in the air. Then, Kakashi's eyes moved and continuously projected light screens, showing all kinds of words and images. Zhou Jie's eyes lit up and carefully looked at the contents of one of the light screens. Cosmos Thunder Art? Zhou Jie was immediately stunned. How could he practice this? Zhou Jie looked at the content again and felt a headache coming on. It was indeed a method that used thunder and lightning, but it was simply a fantasy. Seeing that Zhou Jie's face was somewhat dull, Kakashi immediately said, "Jocko, although it's a common secret technique, it can only be practiced by Star Lords who can control the elemental laws. Theoretically, a Class X mental power can also control the elemental laws." Zhou Jie's lips slightly twitched. "Then, how long will it take for me to control the elemental laws?" Kakashi's lips twitched after hearing the question, and he said embarrassedly, "It depends on your mental power talent. Some can control the elemental laws at Class X in a few months or even less. If you're not talented, you might not succeed even after a few years." Zhou Jie closed his eyes and said, "Next." Then, Zhou Jie quickly browsed the names of the secret techniques and martial arts. 3 Profound Fiery Lotus, Infinite Spear Art, Eye of the Divine Wind, Flame-Making Art, Heavenly Thunder Art. Zhou Jie was tempted when he saw Eye of the Divine Wind, but he was soon disappointed after reading the content. All the secret techniques could only be practiced by mastering the power of the elements. Heart Sword Art. Zhou Jie suddenly saw the name of the secret technique and couldn't help but read the content. With this look, Zhou Jie actually looked at the introduction content of the 2 screens of My Heart Swordsmanship for nearly a minute, and his face gradually showed a look of astonishment. Concept. Art of Tao. Zhou Jie was puzzled after reading the introduction, but at the same time, he felt for the first time that it might be a secret technique that he could learn because it didn't mention the control of the elemental laws at the beginning. It only talked about Art of Tao in the introduction. Kakashi, project the entire content of this My Heart Swordsmanship for me to see. Zhou Jie had an inexplicable impulse and quickly said, "Oh." Kakashi heard the words and immediately put away the other light screens. Then he presented the content of Heart Sword Art in a total of 21 light screens. Zhou Jie immediately looked carefully. Heart Sword Art first talked about the reason why the author created this sword art and the foundation of the sword art. Then it began to talk about sword intent. Starting from concept, it explained what sword intent was in an easy-to-understand way. The so-called concept was a person who gave a soul to something under the condition of radiant spiritual power, making it more perfect. It was just like painting. The same painting would give a very different feeling if it had an artistic conception and if it didn't. The artistic conception in the painting was often not something that an artist could do casually. Instead, it was something that could be improvised through sudden enlightenment. To put it bluntly, the meaning of this example was that when a person performed exceptionally at a certain moment, the so-called artistic conception would be produced. Apart from painting, the artistic conception could be produced from many other things. It was just that the form of the artistic conception was different. For example, when practicing the sword, it was called sword intent when performing the sword. When practicing the saber, it was called saber intent when performing the saber, and so on. After that, Heart Sword Art talked about how to practice sword intent and what could help to practice sword intent. After that, it also involved the control of the elemental law. Originally, Zhou Jie would not read it, but the author of Heart Sword Art called law as Taoist law and mentioned in detail the application of Taoist law in swordsmanship, so that Taoist law could be combined with swordsmanship, so as to form a way of sword that was suitable for the swordsman himself. Sword intent. Way of sword. Zhou Jie read Heart Sword Art roughly, and he was a little excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. I can't practice Way of Sword now, but I can practice Sword Intent. According to him, if I master Sword Intent or Saber Intent, my strength can improve a lot. Zhou Jie was surprised, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Kakashi saw that Zhou Jie had been looking at it for a long time, and his eyes were shining, but he was looking at empty space. He immediately waved his hand in front of Zhou Jie and asked, "Jocko, are you okay? Do you want to practice this secret method?" As he asked, Kakashi carefully looked at the content of Heart Sword Art and immediately guessed Zhou Jie's plan. Zhou Jie also nodded at this time and said, "Well, I plan to master Sword Intent, Saber Intent, or even the Flying Dagger Intent so that my strength can improve a lot." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "Jocko, Sword Intent is so mysterious that it's hard to master. Although the preliminaries have just ended, I estimate that the next round will take place in less than 2 months. Can you do it?" Zhou Jie glanced at Kakashi after hearing the question, but he didn't answer immediately. After 2 seconds, Zhou Jie asked, "Then, do you have any other ways to improve my strength?" Kakashi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "There aren't many ways. Before the Star-Lord level, there aren't many inheritances of the sacred ground that can be used. It seems that you can only use the Thunder Soul Pearl." Hearing Kakashi mention the Thunder Soul Pearl, Zhou Jie's face turned gloomy, and he immediately said, "Stop talking. I'm going to start practicing Sword Intent." Kakashi. Chapter 81. Ye Kai naturally realized that he was at a disadvantage. Finally, at some point, he unleashed his sword and temporarily retreated, no longer tangling with Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie was not going to let him go. Although he was forced to retreat for a moment by Ye Kai's sword, he quickly caught up with him. The golden lotus sword flower also disintegrated into 144 golden swords and shot out from both sides of his body. Golden lotus sword formation, invincible. Whoosh! The gravity on Emperor Hungstar was only about 3 times the standard gravity. Back in the preliminary round, Zhou Jie could only activate 1 golden sword to produce the effect of thunderous sword aura. However, now that his spiritual power had improved and the gravity was much lower, he could make the invincible sword formation produce the effect of thunderous sword aura. Furthermore, the flying swords themselves were faster than the speed of sound. Seeing this, Ye Kai's pupils constricted and he instantly stopped retreating. His retreating speed was far slower than the flying swords, and he could not avoid such fast flying sword in the process. Therefore, he could only stop retreating and stabilize his body to block them. Bang! Ye Kai focused and slashed out like lightning. It was like thunder in the clouds, colliding with the invincible sword formation. Instantly, the sword formation was shattered, and the air exploded. Visible air waves swept dozens of meters away. Whoosh! Zhou Jie followed closely and slashed at Ye Kai's wrist. At the same time, the shattered golden lotus sword formation turned into 144 golden swords and attacked Ye Kai from behind, performing the sword formation everywhere. Ye Kai knew that Zhou Jie's attack would follow closely, so naturally, he held back. In the face of Zhou Jie's swift and violent slash, energy surged on the surface of his body. The green sword in his hand instantly became more powerful and faster. With a slight twist of his wrist, the green sword blocked Zhou Jie's blade of Cadiz. Ping! However, although Ye Kai's slash was exquisite and powerful, it was still inferior to Zhou Jie's thunderous slash. The momentum of the slash was immediately broken, and Ye Kai quickly took a step back with his footwork. However, Zhou Jie had already calculated everything. When Ye Kai retreated, he was trapped in the everywhere sword formation. A large number of golden swords connected with each other and attacked his vital points at the same time, causing him to fall into an extremely passive defense. If it were not for his superb swordsmanship, he would have been defeated. As for Zhou Jie, he had just forced Ye Kai to retreat with a single slash. Without stopping, he continued to attack Ye Kai with the momentum of his slash. When Ye Kai saw that Zhou Jie's attack was so swift and decisive, his heart also trembled. This kind of fighting ability was absolutely not something that could be easily trained. Even if he had walked outside to sharpen his sword for 6 years, he still couldn't compare to Zhou Jie's terrifying prejudgment and fighting ability. The golden swords pressed on. Ye Kai regretted not using his ultimate move earlier. In the current situation, there was no chance. He was completely in a passive position, because he needed to be distracted by the opponent's golden swords. Zhou Jie's saber momentum was connected and could exert more power. Even though Ye Kai exerted his swordsmanship to the extreme, he was only able to parry for less than 10 seconds before he was stabbed in several acupoints on his legs by a few exceptionally powerful golden swords. Acupoints. They actually pierced acupoints. Ye Kai was stunned in an instant. At the same time, the sharp pain in his legs disrupted Ye Kai's footwork and affected his swordsmanship. Zhou Jie took advantage of the situation and completely suppressed his swordsmanship with a few slashes, leaving him with no chance. I admit defeat. Even someone as arrogant as Ye Kai quickly chose to admit defeat at this moment. Although Ye Kai was proud as a swordsman, he was not a shameless person. In such a situation, he would not choose to suffer injuries, escape in a sorry state, and counterattack again. He had said before that he still had a unique skill that he had not used. If he used it, he might be able to turn the tables, but that would be embarrassing enough. After all, in a life-and-death battle, without the protective armor for the competition, he was more likely to be killed by Zhou Jie. How would he have the chance to use his unique skill? In a life-and-death battle, a little carelessness could lead to defeat and death. Thank you for letting me win. Zhou Jie received the golden lotus sword flower and stood still. At the same time, he looked at Ye Kai and nodded slightly. Ye Kai endured the pain in his legs and looked deeply at Zhou Jie, then said, "I was careless. I didn't even have the chance to use the 100-feet flying sword." Zhou Jie's heart trembled slightly when he heard this, but his expression was still very calm. This was because he knew that it was not easy to win this battle. Ye Kai's swordsmanship was indeed superb. If he had the chance to use all of it, it would be normal for him to lose. Zhou Jie did not speak. Ye Kai turned around and left. At this time, the referee also announced that Zhou Jie was the winner. After Zhou Jie stepped down from the stage, he returned to the waiting room. There were still a few matches between the contestants he valued, so he naturally wanted to watch and learn. However, Zhou Jie did not know where he had gone. As soon as Zhou Jie sat down, the winner of Yumi Er's group was also decided. The result was Yumi Er's victory and Miyazaki Naganabu's defeat. However, Zhou Jie did not see how the winner was decided in the end, which inevitably made him feel a little regretful. Later, Zhou Jie watched a few more matches between contestants with 100 points and 120 points. Although these contestants were not as strong as Zhou Jie, the gap was not big. Zhou Jie learned a little bit from them. For Zhou Jie, most of his combat experience was gained through thousands of imaginative training and actual killing. However, such a profound combat experience, coupled with his calm thinking character, also gave him a strong ability to analyze and absorb the battle. Therefore, every battle worth watching, Zhou Jie tried his best not to miss it, so that he could learn a little more. This could also clearly explain why Zhou Jie was a genius killer in the Imperial Exterminator Organization. It was not mainly in terms of cultivation speed, because although Zhou Jie's cultivation speed was still very fast, after all, his killing star was relatively behind. Zhou Jie himself spent most of his energy and time on the basis of actual combat, so Zhou Jie's cultivation talent had not been discovered by himself before. As for his comprehension, he was very high, which could be seen from the fact that he had mastered Blade Essence in just 2 months. After watching the matches, Zhou Jie returned to his residence a few matches ahead of time. He needed to digest what he had learned from today's battle and relax at the same time. The next morning, Zhou Jie came to the waiting room early, more than an hour earlier than usual. There were only 5 or 6 people in the waiting room. Of course, there was no special benefit to coming early. It was just that he could know his opponent earlier today. Zhou Jie was eager to know, so he came early. On the big screen in the waiting room, the ranking of the finals so far and the status of each contestant was updated more than an hour ago. My opponent today is Miyazaki Naganabu. When Zhou Jie saw his opponent today, he felt that it was boring. Although Miyazaki Naganabu was not much weaker than him, with Zhou Jie's actual combat ability, he could easily win if he was a little stronger. After all, Zhang Buyu and Yi Kai had lost him before. In addition, the matches were arranged to be later. Zhou Jie thought about it and decided to return to his room, planning to come back when the higher stage matches were scheduled. In fact, after familiarizing themselves with the flow of the matches, people like Veronica and Yuan Qinkong did the same. That night, Zhou Jie and Miyazaki Naganabu fought. The result was very normal. The two fought fiercely for about 3 minutes, and Zhou Jie won. This was after Zhou Jie tested some of his saber moves against Miyazaki Naganabu. Otherwise, he could have defeated his opponent in less than a minute. The next day, Zhou Jie fought against Gongye Zhangxi, and he won without any suspense. On that day, the battle between Yi Kai and Veronica had attracted a lot of attention. In the end, Veronica only used 10 moves to force Yi Kai to abandon his sword and admit defeat. The whole audience was shocked. That day, Zhou Jie felt that Veronica's strength had truly reached the level of a 1-star lord. Compared to him, who was only comparable to a 1-star lord and was 1 level weaker, there was no way he could compete. Another day, Zhou Jie fought against Acolyte, and Zhou Jie won. On that day, Lai Wen fought against Yuan Qinkong. Lai Wen, who had never lost before, lost to Yuan Qinkong. Another day, Zhou Jie fought against Yumi. Yumi's weapon was special. It was a pair of silk gloves called soft silk gloves. The silk threads it emitted had powerful cutting power and were extremely tough. They were also very good at trapping and obstructing. In the end, Zhou Jie fought for a full 10 minutes before he was declared the winner. On that day, Zhou Jie found that there were less than 10 people he needed to fight. His ranking was firmly in the top 8. Chapter 82. On the 13th day of the finals, Zhou Jie finally met a strong opponent, Hong Tianxiao. Hong Tianxiao was born in an ancient martial arts family, and the force behind him was the World Mercenary Group. Naturally, he represented the World Mercenary Group in this competition, so there was no doubt about his strength. He was currently in a winning streak, and like Zhou Jie, he had yet to lose a single match. However, in Zhou Jie's opinion, among the few people he had yet to fight, other than himself, Hong Tianxiao was the only one he had a chance of winning. Lai Wen and Lei Ba were both able to use secret techniques to activate the elemental laws, so they were definitely 1-star lords. Unless they had a breakthrough, the chances of Zhou Jie winning were close to 0. As for Veronica and Yuan Qinkong, those two freaks could do whatever they wanted, but Zhou Jie knew he couldn't beat them. Even Lai Wen had lost to Yuan Qinkong, and Zhang Buyu and Yi Kai couldn't withstand more than 10 strikes from Veronica. Zhou Jie thought about his conversation with Kakashi the day before, and suddenly muttered to himself, I just don't know who's stronger between Veronica and Yuan Qinkong. According to Kakashi's evaluation, the two of them are the top geniuses in the entire Star Zone. Even the slightly less talented people in the Holy Land are on par with them. At this moment, Zhou Jie was in the gravity room provided by the Black Tower. Because he had just come back from a waiting room after watching the arrangement of the matches, he was still thinking about some things related to the matches while he planned to comprehend the flying sword intent again. Zhou Jie began to think about cultivating the golden lotus sword flower. He summoned the golden lotus sword flower and thought to himself, these days, my understanding of the golden lotus sword flower is very complete. However, whether it is the concept of the golden sword or the sword formation, I have no clue. According to Kakashi, I have to comprehend the concept of the flying sword first before I can add the power of the concept into the sword formation. As usual, Zhou Jie practiced the 5 great golden lotus sword formations and then began to comprehend the flying sword intent. Kakashi had suggested to Zhou Jie the day before that he should consider the 5 Great Golden Lotus Sword formations from the 5 Great Golden Lotus Sword formations. He should first comprehend the flying sword intent from the broken-down golden swords, then integrate the sword formation with the intent. Zhou Jie felt that there seemed to be something he could follow this way, so he decided to continue experimenting. I just thought about it last night and felt that the invincible sword formation was the most suitable for integrating the flying sword intent. Let's start with it, Zhou Jie said as he controlled the golden swords with his spiritual power to transform them into a large sword. With a thought, the large golden swords flew through the air with a thunderous sound. However, the gravity room was only 100 meters long, so Zhou Jie's flying sword was about to hit the wall before it reached its maximum speed. No, let's turn on the tenfold gravity, Zhou Jie thought. At the same time, he also found that his control of the flying sword made of 144 golden swords was still lacking. He couldn't reach the maximum speed in a short distance, which meant that the power in a short distance was not as good as in a long distance. Bang! The flying sword broke through the air. No! Zhou Jie shook his head and called back the flying sword. Bang! The flying sword flew back quickly. Bang! Back! Bang! This time, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. After he adjusted the angle and the focus of his spiritual power, the flying sword's speed had obviously increased by a lot. That's it then. Next is to integrate the flying sword intent. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a little excited. This practice had improved his strength a little. They practiced until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and Zhou Jie was the only one in the gravity room. The main reason was that there were 5 gravity rooms like this, and he purposely chose the one in the corner. Zhou Jie also used up a lot of energy from practicing, so he planned to go back to his room to rest for a while before participating in the competition. When it was close to 5, Zhou Jie went to the waiting room. At this time, there were only 5 matches left. Even Yuan Qingkong and Veronica had already appeared in the waiting room. Very quickly, Zhou Jie's first 5 matches were over. Zhou Jie and the silver-armored Hong Tianxiao both stood up, looked at each other, and walked out one after the other. After the referee announced the start of the competition, Zhou Jie didn't immediately take out the Kadi's blade. Instead, he took out the opening stance of an ancient martial art, intending to exchange pointers with Hong Tianxiao. Brother Hong, I've heard that you're very good at ancient martial arts and close combat. I'd like to exchange pointers with you, Zhou Jie said. For him, cultivation stemmed from his desire to become stronger. He didn't want his friends and family to die because of his weakness. From the beginning, it was his little brother to the elite assassins who grew up with him. He was the only one who had a good relationship with him and could even be considered friend. His friends had all died. Some died to protect him, and some died because he couldn't save them. All of this was because Zhou Jie had been too weak at that time. Countless lonely nights of cultivation, he would think of his little brother and his dead friends. He also spurred himself on to become stronger. Later on, he became a #1 genius of the Imperial Assassin Organization in 100 years. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Hong Tianxiao couldn't help but laugh. He immediately said, "All right, I've long seen that you're very good at killing. I'd like to exchange pointers with you. Whether or not we use weapons, you have the final say." Zhou Jie didn't reply. He only cupped his fist and signaled with his eyes. Then, he took up his stance again. Seeing this, Hong Tianxiao also took up the asking hand, his feet slightly separated. The two of them faced each other for 5 to 6 seconds. Finally, Zhou Jie chose to make the first move. Pung, 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 pung. The two of them were only 5 to 6 meters apart. Zhou Jie's body swayed, and their hands collided. Fists and palms flew, and the air was filled with explosions. First, it was the fist technique, then the palm technique, and the claw technique. Finally, it was the collision of leg techniques. Every punch hit the flesh, and every move was ruthless. Just watching it was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was really a fierce fight. As the descendant of an ancient martial arts family, Hong Tianxiao's ancient martial arts moves were naturally extraordinary. However, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. Although his moves were much more ingenious than Zhou Jie's, when it came to physical contact, Zhou Jie was even better than him. This made it impossible for him to use ingenious moves to break Zhou Jie's attack. He could only be trapped in a constant confrontation. Zhou Jie also felt that Hong Tianxiao's martial arts were perfect. Although he might be stronger than his opponent in a real fight, his opponent's moves were too ingenious. His attack and defense were impeccable. He couldn't find any flaws in his moves, so he couldn't defeat Hong Tianxiao. Ping, 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 ping. After a series of high-intensity collisions, Zhou Jie and Hong Tianxiao both retreated with tacit understanding. Brother Hong, it seems like we can't determine the winner like this. Please, Zhou Jie said as he took out the blade of Cadiz. Hong Tianxiao nodded solemnly and took out his long spear. Hence, the two of them fought again. Zhou Jie and Hong Tianxiao's fight went on to the 9th minute. As the gap between them was too small, the two of them took risks and planned to take the risk to defeat each other. However, they still couldn't do anything to each other. At this time, the most difficult situation of the finals occurred. It would be difficult to determine the winner, even when the time was up. However, to Zhou Jie's surprise, when the two of them fought for half a minute, Hong Tianxiao suddenly flew back and admitted defeat. He said, "Brother Zhou, you are able to have such strength as a loose cultivator. This is really an eye-opener for me. Although it's difficult to determine the winner this time, I'm sincerely convinced by Brother Zhou. I'll let Brother Zhou win this round, so that the referee won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Jie was stunned. He wanted to say something, but Hong Tianxiao smiled and said, "You don't have to decline." He turned around and flew away from the battle arena. Zhou Jie won 13 rounds in a row and became one of the only 4 people who had won all their matches. The other 3 were Veronica, Yuan Qingkong, and Lei Ba. After today's battle, Zhou Jie especially went to visit Hong Tianxiao. In the end, the two of them chatted for half the night and became good friends. On the 14th day of the competition, Zhou Jie met his first opponent, who made him feel a little suffocated. Lai won from the Lai family. Although Lai didn't win all his matches like Zhou Jie, he only lost to Yuan Qingkong. Zhou Jie was just lucky that he didn't meet Yuan Qingkong or Veronica. There was no doubt about Lai Wen's strength. Zhou Jie felt that his chances of winning were extremely low. However, at this point in the battle, Zhou Jie was already firmly in the top 5. He felt that it was enough. He didn't particularly care about the next victory or defeat. The most important thing was that the next few strong opponents could give him some inspiration for cultivation. Before Zhou Jie and Lai Wen's battle, Veronica and Lei Ba fought. The result was naturally Veronica's victory. What was suffocating was at this time, when facing Lei Ba, whose strength was comparable to Lai Wen in Zhou Jie's opinion, Veronica only used 18 shots. 18 shots to end the battle. The whole process didn't even take a minute. Lei Ba was almost defeated. Chapter 83. Yuan Qingkong had defeated Lai Wen, and Veronica had defeated Lei Ba. This made many people realize that the strength of Yuan Qingkong and Veronica was definitely far beyond the other people in the finals. The final champion would definitely be one of them. I just don't know who is stronger between Veronica and Yuan Qingkong. Zhou Jie looked at Veronica on the screen and thought to himself. Not long after, the other group of contestants in the same competition also finished their competition. Next, it was Zhou Jie's turn. Zhou Jie got up and went to the door. Lai Wen, who was wearing a red soft armor, stepped to the door first. He turned his head and glanced at Zhou Jie, licked the corner of his mouth, and pushed the door open and walked out. Zhou Jie followed closely behind, and the two of them went to the arena one after the other. At this point in the finals, every battle in the higher stages was the focus of attention. The referee also wantonly talked about the situation of Zhou Jie and the other 4 people in the arena. It was not until Zhou Jie and Lai Wen were less than 50 meters away from each other that the referee announced the start of the competition. Click, click, click. Lai Wen seemed to be very casual as he walked and twisted his neck, and at the same time, move his wrist and other joints. But in fact, it was useless for people at his level. Ordinary people did this to prevent sudden injuries, but they could directly operate their energy to warm up. Therefore, Lai Wen did this to show that he was not serious. However, this was only on the surface. With Zhou Jie's strength, although Lai Wen was sure to win, he did not dare to be careless. Clang! Lai Wen put on his weapon gloves and stood about 10 meters in front of Zhou Jie and said, "Come on." Zhou Jie did not dare to be careless. He had already taken out the blade of Cadiz, and his spiritual power was tied to the golden lotus sword flower on his back. Lai Wen, on the other hand, leisurely pulled out his red scimitar, Fury. As one of the inherited weapons of the Lai family, Fury was much more precious than Zhou Jie's Cadiz blade. Its value was comparable to the golden lotus sword flower. In the hands of Lai Wen, who had the Lai family's martial arts, it could greatly increase his strength. In the previous battle, Lai Wen had only used it twice. This was the third time. The rest of the time, he had relied on the weapon glove to block the opponent's weapon. Whoosh! Seeing that Lai Wen had finished arming himself, Zhou Jie made the first move with his saber. The first move was the thunder saber intent. Wherever the saber light passed, a bright light was left behind. When Lai Wen saw this, he also made his move instantly. At a distance of 10 meters, the two of them collided in an instant. Under the slash of their swords, they were actually in a stalemate. Dong! Dong! Zhou Jie and Lai Wen each took a step back and stabilized their bodies. They held their swords with both hands and used their strength to grind each other's weapons. Their eyes met, and they were only half a meter apart. Ping! After 3 seconds of confrontation, the two of them both retreated with force. When the two swords separated, the tips of the swords collided, causing sparks to fly. Whoosh! As soon as Lai Wen's feet touched the ground, he attacked Zhou Jie again. The body of his saber was burning with crimson flames. Zhou Jie stabilized his body and used his saber to block, but he was forced to take a step back. Then Lai Wen used his saber again, bursting out a strong flaming saber aura. Bang! Zhou Jie was quick to react. He shattered the saber aura with one strike, but he felt that his face was hot. The saber aura dissipated, and a high-temperature flame rubbed against his face. Naturally, this also affected Zhou Jie's attention for a moment. Lai Wen took advantage of the situation and quickly slashed with his saber. Zhou Jie hurriedly defended. Ping! The power of the Fury, which was activated by the flame, was obviously much stronger. In addition, Lai Wen was the main attacker. Zhou Jie was once again repelled and almost could not defend. Bang, bang, bang. Lai Wen's saber technique became more and more violent. From time to time, the high-temperature flaming saber aura burst out. Zhou Jie found it difficult to resist for a while and had to retreat continuously. Golden lotus sword flower, invincible. Finally, Zhou Jie was a little overwhelmed by the continuous suppression and used the golden lotus sword formation to fight back. Boom! 144 golden swords turned into cone-shaped swords and shot directly at Lai, one from the top of Zhou Jie's head. Lai Wen's expression did not change. He slashed with his saber and split the invincible sword formation into pieces. Zhou Jie did not expect to injure such a master as Lai Wen with a newly formed sword formation. What he wanted was to fight for a chance to counterattack. Thunderbolt Saber Essence. Zhou Jie took advantage of the fact that Lai Wen had just used up his saber. With his eyes fixed, he attacked with all his strength and slashed the shoulder of Lai Wen, who was closest to him. But how could Lai Wen not guard against Zhou Jie's counterattack at this time? Boom! Although it was too late to withdraw his saber to defend, Lai Wen retreated half a step. At the same time, he punched with his other hand and hit the surface of Cadiz's blade directly, destroying the trajectory of Zhou Jie's saber. Then Lai Wen used his saber to defend and intercept, easily blocking the sudden attack of Zhou Jie. However, at this time, Zhou Jie also took advantage of the situation to gain a little upper hand. Naturally, he did not hesitate to display his saber technique and wanted to suppress Lai Wen in turn. Humph! When Lai Wen saw that Zhou Jie was unforgiving, he snorted coldly and instantly broke out to fight with him. Those who were weaker than him had always been suppressed by him. When had he been suppressed by others? At least not before Zhou Jie. Boom! 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 Lai Wen was angry, and his attacks became even more crazy and overbearing. When his combat strength was fully unleashed, he was suppressed by Zhou Jie just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he suppressed Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie felt the terrifying strength of Lai Wen's saber and was secretly frightened. Lai Wen's foundation was indeed profound, and he was completely comparable to some powerful one-star lords. Zhou Jie's Thunderbolt Saber essence was also completely suppressed by the elemental law of Lai Wen's saber technique. Lai Wen himself had not mastered the concept, but the Lai family's technique was too heaven-defying. When cultivated to a certain extent, it could trigger some elemental law of Lai Wen's power, and its power was even stronger than some elementary concepts. I can't beat him. Zhou Jie soon felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to fight Lai Wen. He was gradually unable to resist. Swish, swish, swish. The golden lotus sword flower formed an array again and attacked Lai Wen's back. However, because he had lost the support of his mind power, Zhou Jie's saber was even weaker. Lai Wen's saber broke through his defense, and he was almost injured. At this time, Lai Wen was very confident that he could defeat Zhou Jie if he pursued him. However, Lai Wen did not dare to directly resist the golden lotus sword formation with his body. Therefore, Lai Wen quickly turned around and slashed at the golden lotus sword formation, and then continued to attack Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie had just experienced an intense confrontation. His face was a little distorted, but his eyes were shining. It showed that not only was he not afraid of Lai Wen's strength, but he was full of fighting spirit. Kill! Zhou Jie shouted in his heart. Once again, he fought Lai Wen, but he was still distracted by controlling the golden lotus sword flower. 10 slashes per second. Lai Wen and Zhou Jie's saber speed was frighteningly fast. Both of them were using all their strength. However, Zhou Jie, without the support of his mind power, was obviously no match for Lai Wen. He kept retreating, and it seemed that he would be defeated at any time. Bang! Golden lotus sword formation. Invincible. Lai Wen once again felt the golden lotus sword formation behind him. His eyes seemed to be burning with anger. He slashed out his saber quickly and actually forced Zhou Jie to retreat several steps. Zhou Jie was almost unable to hold the blade of Cadiz. However, the golden lotus sword formation arrived at this time, and Lai Wen could not give Zhou Jie another blow. Hong! With a backhand slash, Lai Wen thought that this time he could easily break the golden lotus sword formation. Bang! The golden lotus sword formation was broken, but what Lai Wen did not expect was that this time the power of the sword formation increased by 1 point. Although it was only a fraction, in a situation where the power was great to begin with, a fraction was not small either. It was enough to exceed his expected resistance, causing him to be shaken into disarray and take 2 steps to the side. Now, Zhou Jie's eyes bulged slightly, and the blue veins on his forehead were about to burst. The scattered golden lotus sword flower formed the invincible sword formation again. It flew half a circle around the field and increased its speed to the extreme. At this time, Lai Wen had no time to care about the golden lotus sword flower. He came to his senses and attacked Zhou Jie again. In his opinion, Zhou Jie was at his wit's end and absolutely could not resist another round of his outburst. As long as he quickly defeated Zhou Jie and made him admit defeat, the golden lotus sword formation would be broken by itself. Bang! The golden lotus sword formation, which flew half a circle around the field, sped up and produced sword chi and thunderfire. It shot directly at Lai Wen's back like a flaming thunderbolt. However, at this time, Lai Wen had already arrived in front of Zhou Jie and slashed down with the saber. However, Zhou Jie focused most of his attention on the golden lotus sword flower. Ping! After barely blocking the saber, Zhou Jie fell to the ground. Lai Wen wanted to catch up, As long as he put his saber on Zhou Jie's body, he would win. However, at this time, he felt the golden lotus sword formation behind him, and its power was a little terrifying. Less than 50 meters behind Lai Wan, the golden lotus sword formation suddenly split, and from it, 36 small sword models made of golden swords shot out. Their speed was even faster than the sword formation itself, and they instantly pierced Lai Wen's back, flying sword essence, a silver lining. Chapter 84. In an instant, Lai Wen felt an unprecedented crisis. As his pupil shrank, he turned around and tried to block it with his saber. However, Zhou Jie's sword model was so fast that Lai Wen had no time to block it. 36 golden swords fell on his waist and abdomen. Dong! With a violent, muffled sound, Lai Wen was knocked back and his body bent into a half bow. Bang! Lai Wen fell to the ground. 36 golden swords flew back to Zhou Jie and recombined with the remaining golden swords to form a long sword. It flipped over Zhou Jie's head and attached to Zhou Jie's back. There was an uproar in the audience. Even the referee was stunned for a moment. But soon, the referee saw that Lai Wen was lying on the ground, and it was very difficult for him to stand up. He swallowed his saliva and announced that Zhou Jie was the winner. Zhou Jie stood in the same place. His back was straight, but his head was swollen and painful. There was even a constant tingling sensation. He looked at Lai Wan, who was struggling to stand up not far away, and his heart was extremely excited. He had finally mastered the flying sword essence, and at the moment when he displayed it, Zhou Jie named the flying sword essence a line of heaven. Naturally, the flying sword move was called a line of heaven. Before Zhou Jie stepped down, he thought for a moment and walked behind Lai Wan. He nodded slightly and said, "Brother Lai, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me win." Lai Wan was obviously hurt by the golden swords. At this moment, he was still holding his waist and abdomen and could not stand up completely. When he heard Zhou Jie's words behind him, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to break through at the critical moment. Very good, very powerful flying sword." Although Lai Wan said so, he did not admit that he was inferior to Zhou Jie. In fact, it was true. With Lai Wan's strength, if he had been on guard against Zhou Jie's flying sword, even if Zhou Jie had mastered the flying sword essence, a line of heaven, it was unknown whether Lai Wan could defeat Lai Wan. This time, Lai Wan just ignored the flying sword and did not have time to block it. After Zhou Jie defeated Lai Wan, he returned to his residence and did not pay attention to the following competition. Continuously displaying the flying sword and the high-intensity fighting, especially the flying sword essence at the end, had overdrawn Zhou Jie's mental strength. Under such circumstances, he chose to return to his residence to rest. I didn't expect that I would enter the semifinals. Soaking in the warm water of the bathtub, Zhou Jie felt his body relax a lot. He said as he slowly absorbed the energy of the universe. However, there's nothing to look forward to in the following matches. With the flying sword concept, I have some confidence in my battle with Lei Ba. However, you and Qin Kong and Veronica are too strong. I can't beat them at all. As for the remaining people, the gap between them and me is relatively large. Zhou Jie closed his eyes and thought silently in his heart. Gradually, he felt his head grow heavy and fell asleep. Zhou Jie did not wake up until midnight. The water in the bathtub was already cold. Fortunately, with his physical condition, he would not catch a cold. Coming out of the bathroom, Zhou Jie saw that the computer screen beside the bed was lit up. He walked over to take a look and found that the content suggested that he go to the infirmary to receive mental strength recovery treatment. Zhou Jie's battle with Lai Wan had consumed a lot of mental strength. He would not be able to fully recover until tomorrow's competition. The finals were watched by the relevant personnel. Although Zhou Jie did not show that his mental strength was exhausted, they still arranged for someone to inform Zhou Jie that it was best for him to go to the infirmary for recovery treatment. I should go, Zhou Jie thought, and went out to the infirmary. The next morning, Zhou Jie was completely restored to his peak state and came to the waiting room early. After knowing that his opponent today was Yuan Kong. He sighed and returned to his room. In the evening, it was time for the high-level matches to begin. In Zhou Jie's previous match, Veronica and Lai Wen had fought. This time, Veronica had used 19 shots to defeat Lai Wen. He had used one more shot than he had against Lei Ba. Yuan Kong is good at swordsmanship. She broke Lai Wen's saber technique with 9 strikes and made Lai Wen admit defeat with 4 strikes. She seems to be stronger than Veronica. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he watched Lai Wen lose to Veronica. Then it was Zhou Jie's turn to fight Yuan Kong. This was the battle that Zhou Jie had the least confidence in. He was prepared to be defeated. Zhou Jie stepped onto the stage. Opposite him, Yuan Kong walked calmly towards Zhou Jie, dressed in white and carrying a dark green longsword on her back. She didn't even wear the protective armor provided by the competition. Zhou Jie also walked towards Yuan Kong. In his heart, he didn't think that Yuan Kong was showing off, because in all the previous battles, Yuan Kong had always been like this. From the beginning to the end, she had always acted as if nothing had happened. The match began. Zhou Jie took the initiative to attack, using the lightning saber intent to the extreme. The saber light was like dazzling lightning as it enveloped Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong attacked with her sword. Pung, pung, pung. Zhou Jie's saber and Yuan Kong's sword collided, but it was as if his hand had slapped into an extremely viscous liquid. There was a heavy thud, but it didn't move at all. The Lamita realm is really strong. Zhou Jie thought to himself. In this apex genius competition, only Veronica and Yuan Kong had reached the Lamita realm. Thus, they were clearly stronger than the others by a large margin. Zhou Jie used all of his strength, but he couldn't make Yuan Kong retreat for nearly 10 seconds. At this time, Yuan Kong finally attacked with her sword. Whoosh! The sword slashed out like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss. The formless sword intent brought great pressure to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie hurriedly used all of his strength to block the sword, but he couldn't help but take a step back. The second sword forced Zhou Jie back again. The third sword, the fourth sword, the fifth sword, Zhou Jie used all of his strength to block and retreat. His face was full of shock. He also wanted to counterattack, but Yuan Kong's seemingly simple sword moves were comparable to his speed. The power contained within them was astonishing, and the power of each strike was even transmitted to Zhou Jie's internal organs. In just 10 strikes, Zhou Jie felt like vomiting blood. Oh no, I can't hold on. Facing Yuan Kong's 11th sword, Zhou Jie felt that he couldn't block it, so he could only use the golden lotus sword flower. Flying sword concept, a line of heaven. 36 golden swords shot out, and Yuan Kong raised her sword. Pooh! The 36 golden swords were broken, and Yuan Kong once again attacked Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie naturally didn't expect the flying sword to be able to threaten Yuan Kong at such a close distance. He only took this opportunity to relieve the pressure and once again attack Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong stabbed out with her 12th sword. Zhou Jie barely blocked it, but his body felt more and more uncomfortable. Zhou Jie tried his best to block the 13th sword, but his hands were trembling. Zhou Jie couldn't block the 14th sword, and the Kadi's blade flew out of his hand. At this point, Zhou Jie also gave up resisting. The match was over, and Yuan Kong was victorious. Returning to the waiting room, Zhou Jie thought back to his battle with Yuan Kong. He felt that his blade intent was too weak in comparison. He couldn't help but have a strong desire to further perfect his blade intent so that he could grasp it as soon as possible. On the 14th day of the finals, Zhou Jie fought against Lei Ba. As expected, he relied on the concept of flying swords to win by a narrow margin. On the 15th day, Zhou Jie fought against Veronica. Veronica was also a Lamiter, and her spear was like a dragon or a tiger. Zhou Jie barely managed to block 16 spears before losing his weapon. At this point, Veronica won, and Zhou Jie lost. On the 16th day of the finals, there was a battle that attracted everyone's attention. Although it wasn't the final match, It was the true final battle. Veronica versus Yuan Qingkong. Countless people had been looking forward to the battle between two leaders. As soon as the two stepped on a stage, the audience screamed and yelled crazily. They were so excited that it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the stage, Veronica wielded a silver spear, while Yuan Qingkong wielded a dark green sword. The two of them approached each other at a leisurely pace, and the fighting spirit in their eyes continued to rise. "Veronica, I participated in this competition for you," Yuan Qingkong said. "I knew you would come. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. You really didn't disappoint me," Veronica said. Then, the two fell silent and entered a stalemate. Finally, after a few seconds, Veronica smashed out with her spear, taking the initiative to attack. Yuan Qingkong attacked at the same time. The two of them clashed fiercely, and their figures blurred. Waves of energy swept out in all directions with the two of them as the center. One could see the ripples in the air with the naked eye. Chapter 85. In the waiting room, Zhou Jie was also staring at the screen to watch the battle, but he couldn't see Veronica's moves clearly at all. He couldn't even see their figures clearly because they were too fast, faster than any of the previous matches. The staff seemed to have noticed this. Soon, the live stream on the left side of the waiting room was slowed down 10 times, and Veronica and Yu Qingqing's figures gradually became clearer. But even so, the moves of the two were still blurry. This was also due to the interference of the air fluctuations. Even the most advanced live camera couldn't accurately capture the details of the two's battle. Zhou Jie watched for a while and gave up. Veronica and Yu Qingqing's battle had reached the Star-Lord level. He wouldn't be able to see much even if he were to watch the battle at close range. Not to mention it was just a live stream. Time passed. Soon, Veronica and Yu Qingqing had been fighting for more than 2 minutes. This was the first time they had fought for more than 2 minutes. The previous battles hadn't even lasted a minute. On the battle platform, Veronica's spear had already swept up a column-shaped tornado that coiled around the spear body. Every time the spear shot out, even a 3-meter-thick steel plate would be easily pierced through. Yu Qingqing's sword was also surrounded by green light. The space around it twisted and trembled violently. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when it collided with Veronica's spear again and again. "Let's end this in one move." All of a sudden, Veronica shouted. The spear that had been closing in on Yuan Qingkong changed direction and drew a few arcs in front of him. Then, the spear went straight for Yuan Qingkong's chest. Yuan Qingkong's eyes were like torches. Facing this terrifying spear, she didn't retreat in the slightest. She also changed her sword stance, and, after accumulating power, she instantly stabbed out with her sword. The tip of her sword and Veronica's spear collided. Boom! The next second, there was a shocking explosion. Veronica and Yu Qingqing retreated as fast as lightning. The powerful shock wave caught up with them. After this collision, the two of them stood in their respective spots and looked at each other from afar. Neither of them made another move. After the air waves gradually calmed down, Yuan Qingkong slowly raised her sword and pointed it at Veronica. Clearly, she was ready to continue the battle. But to everyone's surprise, Veronica stabbed her spear into the ground, then looked at Yuan Qingkong and said, "I can't even gain the upper hand with this move. It seems that I don't have the strength to win against you. Even if I win by luck, I won't be happy. I'll give you first place this time. I admit defeat." Everyone was in an uproar. Veronica grabbed her gun and walked down the stage. Yuan Qingkong calmly looked at Veronica's back until he reached the edge of the battle stage. Then, she lowered her head slightly and turned to leave the battle stage. At this point, the high-level matches were almost completely over. The few remaining matches did not attract much attention at all. There were more matches left for the mid-level and low-level matches, but they would also be over in 2 days. After Veronica and Yu Qingqing's battle ended, Zhou Jie returned to his residence and summoned Kakashi. "Kakashi, the matches will be over in 2 days. My ranking has already been decided. I'm third," Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, who had just appeared. What, third? Wow, Jocko, you're amazing. Third place. Isn't that the second-tier reward? There must be something good. Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's ranking in the finals. His eyes immediately lit up, and he said excitedly. Seeing this, Zhou Jie said, the competition rewards are secondary. The most important thing is that I remember that I can choose to join one of the top 5 organizations in the finals. Because of Red Silk, I should choose to join the Star Sword Alliance. I called you out because I want you to help me collect all the information about the Star Sword Alliance, integrate it into a memory card, and directly transfer it into my brain. Oh, that's easy. Kakashi quickly agreed. I'll go online and collect it now. After a while, Kakashi transferred a series of collected information about the Star Sword Alliance to Zhou Jie. The amount of information transferred into Zhou Jie's brain was enormous. And this was the more important information that Kakashi left behind after deleting nearly half of the trivial information. After the information was transferred, Zhou Jie began to read it. This process was similar to remembering something. When he did not think about it, it was as if it did not exist, but when he thought about it, it would naturally appear. A few minutes later, the Star Sword Alliance is truly worthy of being the #1 power in the Wanton Sea Star region. They have displayed such terrifying strength on the surface, and their investment in nurturing geniuses is also the highest out of all the powers. It seems that choosing the Star Sword Alliance was the right choice. Zhou Jie opened his eyes and said subconsciously. Kakashi was drinking on the side at the moment. Hearing this, he said, Jocko, didn't I tell you that the Star Sword Alliance values the cultivation of geniuses the most? People like you can definitely get a lot of cultivation resources. Zhou Jie suddenly looked at Kakashi and said, However, Kakashi, didn't you say that I can use all the resources of the Sacred Land when I become a Star Lord? The resources of the Sacred Land should be enough to support my cultivation, right? Are the resources given by the Star Sword Alliance useful? Kakashi took a sip of wine and explained, well, Jocko, the heritage of the Sacred Land is mainly about the 6 realms. You can learn a lot of secret techniques there, but as for the other cultivation resources, to be honest, I don't know, but there shouldn't be a lot. The treasures are mainly in the Treasure Pavilion and the Supernatural Tower. You have to pass the tests to get the treasures. Therefore, the heritage of the Sacred Land is mainly to provide you with the conditions for cultivation, but you have to fight for the resources yourself. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhou Jie frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed and nodded. Well, that's good. I can go to the universe and get the cultivation resources I need. I don't have to cultivate all day. Kakashi nodded. Zhou Jie frowned slightly. Kakashi also said, Jocko, you're right. Master said that if you want to become a real expert, you have to keep looking for opportunities. You can't become a transcendent just by cultivating. Zhou Jie chuckled and said to Kakashi, Make me a drink. Okay, Jocko. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He then turned around and fiddled with the bedside table. 2 days later, the finals ended as scheduled. The rankings of the finals were also announced on the same day. The news spread like wildfire across the universe. Planet Lord Red Silk, who was tens of millions of light years away, didn't know about the results until 2 hours after the rankings were announced. First place, Secret Land Academy, Yuan Shinkong. Second place, Star Sword Alliance, Veronica. Third place, what? The Red Silk Star Lord had only subconsciously looked at the situation of the top few in the finals. However, when she saw that the third place was Zhou Jie, she instantly fell into a daze. Killer, Zhou Jie? That's right, it's him. Star Master Red Silk immediately reacted. After confirming that Zhou Jie, who was ranked 3rd in the finals, was recommended by her, she once again fell into a daze due to excessive surprise. On the second day after the Apex Genius competition, the rewards for the top 100 contestants were announced to the participants of the finals. They were also notified that the rewards would be distributed on the 3rd day after the competition. During this period, the winners were naturally asked to stay in the Black Tower, while the others were sent away one after another. First reward, 5 billion star coins, 5 direction cultivation order, 100 tons of galactic sand. Second reward, 3 billion star coins, 5-direction cultivation order, 80 tons of galactic sand. Third reward, 2 billion star coins, 5-direction cultivation order. Zhou Jie looked at the contents of the rewards on the computer screen. He looked at the first 3 rewards in detail. The last 2 rewards weren't worth mentioning, so he didn't pay much attention to them. 5-direction cultivation order? Zhou Jie was puzzled. He looked at the notes after the rewards, and there was something about the 5-direction cultivation order. 5-direction cultivation order. With this order, you can cultivate in the Star Sword Alliance, Bounty Hunter Alliance, World Mercenary Group, Secret Land Academy, and Sky Sea Universe Nation's sacred grounds for 3 months. Once you've finished cultivating, the order will be returned. Galactic sand, a precious supermaterial. It can be used to forge weapons, build spaceships, etc. It can be exchanged within the 5 powers. The specific items that can be exchanged depend on the powers themselves. Chapter 86. The most important thing is still the cultivation resources. These rewards are secondary. After Zhou Jie finished reading the contents of the reward, he thought to himself, the Star Sword Alliance spared no effort in nurturing first-class geniuses and elites. Zhou Jie believed that if he were to enter the elite nurturing base of the Star Sword Alliance headquarters, the long-term cultivation resources and conditions he would be able to obtain would be much better than the second-tier reward. Coincidentally, just as Zhou Jie was thinking about that, he heard 2 consecutive beeps from the thin tablet computer. Zhou Jie looked at the computer screen in confusion and saw 2 emails. From the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation and the Arcana Land Academy. Zhou Jie opened the 2 emails and was surprised when he saw the sender's signature. Kakashi was mixing drinks at the side. When he heard Zhou Jie's words, he laughed and said, "Jocko, you got 3rd place, and you don't belong to the 5 top forces. The 5 top forces must be fighting to get you. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Zhou Jie nodded and opened the first email from the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation. In the email, the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation naturally expressed their intention to invite Zhou Jie to join them. They also offered many generous benefits. If Zhou Jie was willing, he could even meet the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation King and have a great chance of becoming his direct disciple. Zhou Jie was stunned when he saw this. If he became the direct disciple of the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation King, he would receive more resources than the elite cultivation base of the Star Sword Alliance. However, there were also many restrictions. Zhou Jie had the secret of the Holy Land inheritance, so he quickly gave up on this opportunity. As long as I'm good enough, the cultivation resources from the Star Sword Alliance won't be lacking. I don't lack precious treasures and secret techniques. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he closed the first email and opened the second one. At the same time, in a high-level branch of the Bounty Hunter Alliance, Cheng Puming, the president of the advanced branch, who was in charge of the recruitment, was contacting his subordinates and asking them to contact some of the participants in the finals of the Genius competition to recruit them. However, this was only for the top 50 of the Genius competition. As for the rest, his subordinates would just send an email to them. However, the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation and the Secret Area Academy were special. Their highest form of courtesy was to send an email, and they basically ignored the top 50 after the Pinnacle competition. This Zhou Jie, I didn't expect him to have tested us Red Goal Hunters before, but he didn't officially join a guild. What are we going to do with this bunch of people? I have to contact him personally. After Cheng Puming quickly arranged the work, he adjusted his mentality. After thinking for a while, he connected to the thin board computer in Zhou Jie's room. On the other side, Zhou Jie had just finished reading the email from the Secret Land Academy. He then shook his head lightly. Let's wait for the Star Sword Alliance's invitation. At this time, Kakashi had just finished mixing the drinks. Come, Jocko, Before Kakashi could finish, Zhou Jie clicked on the video call request that suddenly appeared on the screen. Suddenly, a holographic screen popped up between Zhou Jie and Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but shrink his neck. He said helplessly, "Jocko, you should get down to business first." "Okay," Zhou Jie replied. then looked at the holographic screen. The image on the holographic screen had just stabilized. On the holographic screen, a bald man was looking at Zhou Jie with a smile. He then asked, "Zhou Jie?" Zhou Jie nodded. He knew that this was an invitation from the Bounty Hunter Alliance, but he didn't plan to accept it. However, before the Star Sword Alliance invited him, he still had to deal with other invitations from other parties. On the other side of the holographic screen, Cheng Puming was smiling from beginning to end. He started talking about how Zhou Jie had taken the Pure Gold Hunter test, then clearly expressed his intention to recruit Zhou Jie. At the same time, he also gave all kinds of benefits and even some special rights. It had to be said that the conditions given by these top forces were very tempting to Zhou Jie, especially when Cheng Puming was inviting him on behalf of the Bounty Hunter Alliance. The conditions given were naturally very good, and they were even a little extravagant. However, in the end, Zhou Jie still calmly replied to Cheng Puming, "Okay, I'll contact you after I think about it." Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." Cheng Puming received a reply and said with a smile. He then turned off the video call. Then, Zhou Jie looked at the computer screen. There was another video call request signed by Star Sword Alliance. Here it comes, Zhou Jie thought. He quickly accepted the call, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him. A young man with black hair and white robes appeared on the holographic screen. He had a smile on his face that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. When he saw Zhou Jie, he nodded slightly and said, "Zhou Jie, I represent the Star Sword Alliance and sincerely invite you to join us. You should know that the Star Sword Alliance values the cultivation of geniuses the most. As long as you are a genius enough, the Star Sword Alliance can provide you with all the resources you need to cultivate to 9-star Lord. Moreover, the Star Sword Alliance has the widest reach and the greatest influence in the unfettered Star Zone. If you join us, no one will dare to provoke you." When Zhou Jie heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'm willing to join the Star Sword Alliance." Seeing that Zhou Jie agreed so readily, the young man in white robes laughed and said, "Okay, I'll send you all the benefits the Alliance will provide you. Someone will come and pick you up later." "Okay." Zhou Jie nodded and then ended the video call. "Jocko, your wine." Kakashi then handed the wine he had mixed to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie also reached out for it. Suddenly, the laptop beeped again. Zhou Jie looked at the screen. It was a video call from the World Mercenary Group. So, Zhou Jie waved his hand and gestured for Kakashi to give him the wine later. He then opened the video call. However, Zhou Jie had already agreed to join the Star Sword Alliance. Naturally, he directly stated that he had already joined the Star Sword Alliance and rejected their invitation. "That should be it," Zhou Jie said after he ended the call. He then took the wine from Kakashi and tasted it carefully. Kakashi, however, said at this moment, "Jocko, you're very close to the Star Lord level now. With enough resources after joining the Star Sword Alliance, you'll be able to make the breakthrough in a month or two. However, don't be in a hurry. When you feel that you've accumulated enough power to condense a star core, you must continue to compress the star core and make it as dark as possible. Normally, if you can't suppress it, it'll be best if you condense a star core on its own, but that's very difficult to do because you'll feel that your body is about to explode before you do it. Only those who know that a star core can be formed naturally can do that. A naturally formed star core is the best. It'll make it easier for you to fight those above your level in the future." Zhou Jie slightly raised his eyebrows after hearing what Kakashi said. It was the first time that he had heard that there were so many ways to condense a star core. Veronica and the others must be planning to condense a star core naturally, right? Zhou Jie thought of something and said subconsciously. However, after hearing what Zhou Jie said, Kakashi said, "I don't think so. Those who know that a star core can be condensed naturally usually have ancient heritages or the guidance of super experts. Not many people in an ordinary unrestrained star zone know that. After all, many Imperial Emperors didn't become Star Lords that way. An Imperial Emperor can only be born in a star zone every hundreds of millions of years. I don't think the unrestrained star zone is very famous in the universe of stars. It must have been a long time since an imperial emperor was born. Oh, Zhou Jie was a little surprised. An imperial emperor can only be born in a star zone every hundreds of millions of years on average. Imperial emperors are rarer than I thought. It's okay. In the universe ocean, ordinary imperial emperors are nothing, unless they're as powerful as my master. Besides, the universe ocean has 7 dimensions, and there are at least 300 star zones in each universe ocean. Almost 2,000 imperial emperors can be born in a billion years. In the same time, the universe ocean itself can produce even more imperial emperors. Kakashi curled his lips. After hearing what Kakashi said, Zhou Jie was a little enlightened. The universe was so big that a star zone was like a drop of water in the ocean. It was indeed very difficult to produce an imperial emperor. Chapter 87. Zhou Jie drank his wine and chatted with Kakashi for a while. Then, he remembered that he had not replied to the Bounty Hunter Alliance's invitation yet. So he immediately sent them an email and politely rejected their invitation. After Zhou Jie finished his wine and saw that Kakashi had also finished his drink, he said to Kakashi, "All right, I'm going to the gravity room to practice some moves. You can go back to the space ring first." Kakashi's face immediately turned bitter when he heard this. He curled his lips, but he still nodded and said, "Okay." After Kakashi returned to the space ring, Zhou Jie got out of bed and stuck the communication card connected to the thin tablet computer on the chest of his combat suit. Then, he left the room. In the evening, Zhou Jie had just returned to his room and was about to take a shower when he suddenly felt the communication card on his chest heat up. He immediately took it off and saw that it was a video call request from the thin tablet computer. The sender was the Star Sword Alliance. Zhou Jie accepted the video call. A holographic screen immediately appeared in front of him. A middle-aged man with a crew cut appeared on the screen. He said to Zhou Jie, "I'm from the Star Sword Alliance. I'm here to pick you up to the Alliance headquarters. The spaceship is parked downstairs. The serial number is XXXXX. If it's convenient for you, please come down now. Of course, we can wait for you for a while if there's something else." "I'm coming." Zhou Jie could not wait any longer. He immediately said this and turned off the call. After tidying up his room, Zhou Jie checked out on the thin tablet computer. Then, he left the key behind and left the room. After boarding the spaceship to the Star Sword Alliance headquarters, Zhou Jie noticed that there were a few other participants in the finals. 2 of them were Zhou Jie's opponents. One of them was Qin Feng, and the other was Lu Haoren. Obviously, they were the same as Zhou Jie. They had chosen to join the Star Sword Alliance and receive the elite training at the headquarters. Qin Feng and Lu Haoren were pleasantly surprised to see Zhou Jie. Although they were opponents in the finals, they were now one of the few people in the Star Sword Alliance who knew each other. Moreover, they would be classmates for a period of time. Naturally, the 2 of them wanted to make friends with Zhou Jie. Before Zhou Jie arrived, the 2 of them had only chatted for less than a minute. So, Qin Feng and Lu Haoren called out to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie also wanted to get to know them. The 3 of them gathered together and began to get to know each other. Previously, Qin Feng and Lu Haoren had only chatted for less than a minute. Lu Haoren did not mention his background. Now that Zhou Jie had arrived and introduced himself again, Lu Haoren suddenly mentioned his background. This gave Qin Feng a fright. He could not help but ask. Zhou Jie saw that Qin Feng was surprised, but his face was blank. He asked in confusion, "Temple of the Stars? I'm from a remote village, so I've never heard of it." When Qin Feng said the last sentence, he turned to Lu Haoren, as if to ask him to confirm if he was right. Lu Haoren laughed involuntarily and said, "I don't know how old great-great-great-great-great-grandfather is. I only know that great-great-grandfather is over 700 years old." Zhou Jie, who was standing at the side, was also somewhat helpless when he heard the numerous 2. He immediately said indifferently, "There's nothing to discuss about this. It's enough to know Brother Haoren's background." "That's true." Qin Feng nodded and looked at Lu Haoren. "By the way, you haven't told me why you joined the Star Sword Alliance. Your family should be able to afford your training." Lu Haoren shook his head and smiled. He asked, Since you don't have to use your family's resources, why would you use them? When Qin Feng was asked this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a fool of himself. He immediately scratched his head and said, "That's true. I was silly." Zhou Jie looked at Qin Feng and smiled faintly. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Qin Feng, I saw that you seem to have some conflict with Lin Fengyun at the Hunter Weapon Tower. What about Lin Yun? He didn't choose the Star Sword Alliance?" Qin Feng heard the question and replied, "That kid is from the same galaxy as me, but I'm similar to you, Zhou Jie. I don't have any background, but I had some opportunities and worked hard to get to where I am today. Lin Yun is different. His father is an officer in the World Mercenary Group, and his position is quite high. I also got into some trouble with him because of a beautiful woman when I took on a mercenary group mission. It was only later that I found out that the beautiful woman already had a man. It's really... Sai, let's not talk about it." When Zhou Jie heard about Qin Feng, they could not help but smile slightly. However, they had just met, and it was not to the point where they could casually tease each other. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not say anything. The three of them chatted for a few more minutes, and another person came up from the spaceship. It was Miyazaki Naganabu. Zhou Jie and the others immediately called him over, and the four of them began to get to know each other through self-introductions. Not long after, the spaceship started moving, and the four of them were almost done chatting. Qin Feng began to pay attention to the others in the front cabin of the spaceship. After roughly identifying them, Qin Feng said to Zhou Jie and the others, "It seems that only the four of us are going to the headquarters this time. I've looked at the others, and they're all ranked after 20. I'm the lowest of the four of us, at least 17th. I'm considered quite lucky to be able to enter the elite training base of the Star Sword Alliance headquarters. The others should be in the first-class division." "How do you know this?" Miyazaki Naganabu suddenly asked. Zhou Jie and Lu Haoran also had a surprised look on their faces. They were clearly surprised by Qin Feng's words. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled a little proudly. He then explained, "Well, I just asked the person who invited me to the Star Sword Alliance. I asked him how many of them could enter the headquarters this time. He said the top 20, and the rest are in the first-class division." Hearing this, the other three understood. At the same time, Lu Haoran could not help but sigh. In that case, there should be very few people in the elite training base of the Star Sword Alliance headquarters. Other than the four of us, the rest should be geniuses cultivated by the Star Sword Alliance itself, so there shouldn't be many of them. In response, Zhou Jie and the others nodded slightly. Not long after, a tall beauty wearing a spaceship uniform came over. She told Zhou Jie and the others about the time the spaceship would arrive at the destination, as well as the facilities and services available on the spaceship. Then, she gave everyone a room card and told them where Zhou Jie and the others would be staying before she left. After the beauty left, Miyazaki Naganabu said, "There are still 24 days until we arrive at the Dragon Phoenix planet. I'll go take a look at my room first. Let's meet again tonight for dinner." Zhou Jie and the others agreed. They decided on a place for dinner and then went their separate ways. During the 24 days on the spaceship, Zhou Jie, Qin Feng, and the others often ate and chatted together. Their relationship gradually deepened, and they began to call each other brothers. They could even joke around with each other. On this day, the spaceship finally arrived at the Dragon Phoenix planet. Along the way, it had already sent the other finalists to a level 1 sub-league. Zhou Jie and the others disembarked from the spaceship under the arrangement of the spaceship staff. What appeared in front of Zhou Jie and the others was a flat ground. In the distance, there was a translucent light shield that covered half the sky. "What a huge energy shield!" Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Then, Zhou Jie and the others also noticed a group of soldiers in front of them. They were wearing the same combat uniform, and they were jogging toward Zhou Jie and the others. The group of 10 people ran to a few meters in front of Zhou Jie and the others. After they stood in a line, a burly man in the lead stepped forward and saluted Zhou Jie and the others. Then he said, "I am Guan Xingtian, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Division of the Star Sword Alliance's 3rd Legion. I am here to welcome the 4 major generals. Please follow me into the base." Zhou Jie and the others were not surprised to be called Major General because they had already learned about the situation before they came. As long as they entered the elite training base of the Dragon Phoenix planet, they would be awarded the honorary rank of Major General. The so-called honorary rank was different from the military positions in the Star Sword Alliance. For example, the commander of a legion was a military position and had the authority to lead troops into battle. However, the honorary ranks of general and major general were usually awarded after outstanding contributions in the military. Those who were awarded the honorary rank would receive the military's courtesy and have the authority to intervene in military affairs. However, it was limited to meeting and so on. They did not have the authority to train troops in battle. Chapter 88. After Zhou Jie and the other three responded, Guan Xingtian said, "As usual, I would like to invite the 4 major generals to sit in our car. Then, I will order someone to drive the major generals to familiarize them with the situation in the base. Finally, I will send the major generals to their respective residences." And so, Zhou Jie and the others followed Guan Xingtian's team into a silver tank not far away. Guan Xingtian ordered someone to drive the car while he sat on the roof with Zhou Jie and the others. After a while, the tank drove into the energy shield. The shield automatically opened up a gap, revealing a metal gate behind it. The gate was open, and the tank drove in directly. The so-called elite training base looked like a garden district. Other than a few large fields in the middle of the road, there were villas on both sides. Each villa took up a large area, including the lawn. It was more than 3,000 square meters. Major generals, these villas will be your residences from now on. However, the villas here have already been allocated. Your residences are at the back. You can choose one later, Guan Xingtian said. Although Zhou Jie didn't show it on his face, he couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the Star Sword Alliance. The Dragon Phoenix planet was originally a barren planet, but it was forcibly developed by the Star Sword Alliance. Other than the elite training base here, there are also several specialized training grounds, including the Star Sword Alliance's headquarters on the Star Sword continent. It was once a barren planet that became a super interstellar continent with a population of billions. Zhou Jie sighed in his heart. The other 3 were the same, especially Qin Feng, whose background was only slightly better than Zhou Jie's. He immediately said, "The Star Sword Alliance is really rich. I didn't expect to live in such a big villa. After more than 10 years, I've finally reached the end, haha." Seeing this, Guan Xingtian smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Of course, you'll get what you pay for. It's a pity that I'm not as talented as you, and I wasn't born into a good family either. In the end, I only got to where I am today. I can't compare to you, Major General." Facing this, Qin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. The tank sped past the villas and finally arrived at the center of the base. There were several large buildings with strange designs. At this time, Guan Xingtian took the lead to point to a fully enclosed rectangular silver building without even a window and said, "Major Generals, look, that is the library. There are many ancient books that can be used for cultivation inside. Some are electronic, and some are physical. The library has a total of 10 floors. The bottom 5 floors are open to you for free, while the upper 5 floors require cultivation points in exchange for the right to read them." Cultivation points? Zhou Jie and the other 3 were puzzled. Lu Haoran was the first to ask. "You'll know how to use cultivation points after you get the identity badges. The identity badges are your proof of identity here. You can communicate with each other and pay for all kinds of things. There are also various online services. The identity badges will provide you with the best convenience during the 30 years you've been cultivating here. Don't lose them. It's troublesome to replace them," Guan Xingtian explained. Zhou Jie and the others nodded. Guan Xingtian then pointed at the second building in the center, which was an enormous hemispherical building with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Then, he said, "That's the execution field. It's suitable for Star Lords to cultivate there. You'll need cultivation points to exchange for time to cultivate there." At this moment, Zhou Jie looked around the execution field and saw a golden list behind it. Zhou Jie's pupils contracted. What's that? Why is it floating there? It doesn't seem to have any energy to rely on. Miyazaki Naganabu noticed the golden list at the same time as Zhou Jie. He was shocked and stood up to point at it. Seeing this, Guan Xingtian hurriedly introduced, "Oh, that's the gold roll. Rumor has it that the Alliance Master personally made it. It contains the Tao of Law, so it can float there without relying on external forces. Normal people can't get close to it." "What's the gold list for?" Liu Haoran quickly asked. "It's used to record the top 100 elites in the past. It's ranked according to their comprehensive strength. Those who are on the list are all elites of elites and geniuses of geniuses," Guan Xingtian replied. "However, those on the gold list are all Samsung or 4-star Star Lords. You're new here, so you don't have to pay attention to the gold list. It's not too late to wait until the last few years. It's said that those who are on the list will be rewarded by the leader himself." Zhou Jie was silent when he heard this. This gold roll had aroused a little of his competitive spirit. But then again, to be able to enter this place as a genius, which one of them did not have a competitive spirit? Naturally, other than Zhou Jie, the other three people were also fantasizing about the day they could be ranked on the gold roll. However, when they thought of what Guan Xingtian just said, that those who were on the list were at least Samsung Star Lords, they felt even more pressure because they all knew that they could only stay there for 30 years. After 30 years, they would have to leave and be forced to face many choices. After all, the Star Sword Alliance had spent so much effort to cultivate them, and they would be used to create value in the future. Suddenly, Zhou Jie had an idea and asked Guan Xingtian, "Can we go and take a look?" When Zhou Jie asked this question, the other three were also surprised and immediately became interested. "Yes, I'll go and take a look too." Qin Feng agreed, and the other two nodded slightly. "Sure, let's go and take a look." Little Feng stopped the car in front of the gold list. Guan Xingtian immediately ordered after replying. After a while, the car stopped about 10 meters in front of the gold list. Zhou Jie and the other three looked at the long golden list. The gold list was 9 meters long and 3 meters wide. There were only 100 names and their corresponding introductions. First place, Luo Feng, 5-star Lord, 100-star pass, 98 stars, 20 miles in the elemental domain. Second place, Jiang Linfeng, 5-star Lord, 100-star pass, 97 stars, 19 miles in the elemental domain. 10th place, Yuan Chang, 4-star Lord, 100-star pass, 90 stars, 15 miles in the elemental domain. 99th place. Peroni, Samsung Star Lord, 100-star pass, 85 stars, 10 miles in the elemental domain. 100th place. Meng Changqin, Samsung Star Lord, 100-star pass, 84 stars, 10 miles in the elemental domain. After roughly browsing through the gold list, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After all, he wasn't a Star Lord and didn't know much about the elemental domain, but he knew that Star Lords were bound to be able to control part of the elemental power. The so-called elemental domain was probably the range of control over the law elements, and the gold list was used as a standard to measure strength. Obviously, the larger the elemental domain, the stronger the Star Lord was. Becoming a 5-star Lord in 30 years is as difficult as ascending to the sky. This Luo Feng guy is really abnormal, Qin Feng suddenly said at this moment. The others nodded subconsciously, and Guan Xingtian smiled at this moment. This Luo Feng is really amazing. It's said that he later became the Alliance leader's only disciple and a patroller, but I don't know if he's still a patroller. It's been a long time, and I've been here for a long time, so I learned that it was more than 700 years ago. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim again after hearing this. He then asked Guan Xingtian for information about the others on the gold list, and Guan Xingtian actually knew a little about most of them. He immediately told Zhou Jie and the others about them, and it took him half an hour. Okay, that's all for now. Next, I'll send you to choose your residences. My mission is almost over. Guan Xingtian felt that it was about time after talking for half an hour, so he immediately ordered someone to continue driving toward the latter half of the base. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jie and the others chose 4 villas respectively, which happened to be adjacent to each other. The 4 villas gathered together were roughly equivalent to a square area. Zhou Jie was in the southeast, Lu Haoren was in the northeast, and Qin Feng was in the southwest. After choosing their villas, the 4 of them went their separate ways and stayed in their own villas. As soon as Zhou Jie entered, the door was open. A beautiful maid and a young man in a suit came up to welcome him. They said to Zhou Jie in unison, "Welcome, master." Zhou Jie was shocked. He carefully sensed them and realized that the man and woman were actually artificial intelligence robots. Chapter 89. You guys are? Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel confused about these 2 intelligent robots. The male robot immediately answered, "Master, I'm Black Man number 2, your butler. I can help you with things or carry heavy items. For example, if you have a delivery, I can go get it for you." Then the female robot followed up and said, "Master, I'm White Man number 2, your personal maid. I'm good at cooking, cleaning, planting, and so on. You can tell me what you want to eat every day." Hearing this, Zhou Jie suddenly realized something. He nodded and said, "Well, this villa is so big. Where's my room? Take me there first." "Okay, master, please come with me." Man number 2 in black said immediately and made a please gesture. "Okay." Zhou Jie responded and followed black-clothed man number 2 into the villa. After a few steps, black-clothed man number 2 handed a translucent card to Zhou Jie and said, "Master, this is your identity card. It was just generated by the system. Please take good care of it. If you want to reapply for it, the system will need to reauthorize it. At that time, you will need to personally handle it." "Oh, okay." Zhou Jie took the identity card and found that it was actually a card microcomputer. After facial recognition, it was automatically bound. Zhou Jie could wake up the screen by touching the surface of the card. The network was already connected, and the screen only showed a few general functions. 100 stars pass. Zhou Jie saw that one of the general functions was 100 stars pass and couldn't help but be surprised. Just as he was about to click on it, he saw a beginner's notes at the bottom right corner. Zhou Jie was stunned, but he still chose to open the beginner's notes first. The main content of the beginner's notes was to explain the main situation of Planet Dragon Phoenix, as well as some of the people in the elite training base. 100 stars pass. Actual combat test. There are a total of 100 passes. Every pass is worth 1 star, which can be used to exchange for cultivation points. The first 10 stars are worth 10 points per star. After that, every 10 stars are worth double the points. From the 11th to the 20th stars are worth 200 points. From the 21st to the 30th stars are worth 400 points, and so on. Trading Center, Treasure Trading Center. There are also foreign traders. Every time you enter, you need to pay 100 cultivation points. The Star Sword Alliance Division ensures the safety of transactions. The Star Sword Alliance Treasure Appraisal Association ensures the value of items. Most items are free to be appraised. The current trainees in the elite training base, including newcomers, are as follows. Zhou Jie, newcomer, level X. Qin Feng, newcomer, level X. Veronica, second year, level X. Li Xiantian, 22nd year, Star Lord of Samsung. Tu Xiao, 24th year, Star Lord of Samsung. Zhou Jie frowned after reading the beginner's notes, because he found that in the elite training base, apart from those who had participated in the genius competition, including Veronica, the rest were already Star Lords, and they had stayed there for at least 8 years. More than half of them had more than 15 years of experience. They were at least 2 Star Lords, and there were 6 Samsung Star Lords. It meant that Zhou Jie's team was at the bottom of the hierarchy, and they were the weakest. Of course, Zhou Jie only felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a newcomer, and he didn't want to compare himself with others. He didn't care that those seniors were stronger than him, but it was inevitable that he would feel uncomfortable with the feeling of being ridden on his head. Then, Zhou Jie clicked on the 100 stars pass, only to find that there were only appointments and cancellations. He then exited and clicked on the other functions. Just like that, Zhou Jie walked and looked around. When he was almost done, Black Suit number 2 led Zhou Jie to a large room on the 3rd floor of the villa. Standing in front of Zhou Jie's bedroom, Black Suit number 2 nodded at Zhou Jie and said respectfully, "Master, this is your master bedroom. You can enter and leave by swiping your ID card. In addition, the 2nd floor is the training ground, and the 1st floor has an underground meditation room. Nobody below 5-star lords can destroy the meditation room. Nobody can enter it unless they use your ID card." Zhou Jie nodded and said, "Okay, got it. You can leave now. I'll contact you with your ID card if I need anything." Hearing that, Black Suit number 2 bowed and said, "Okay. Also, the supplies for the newcomers have been placed in your room. Please verify them according to the allocation. If there are any mistakes, please contact me." "Okay." Zhou Jie nodded and opened the door with his ID card. He then walked in. After closing the door, Zhou Jie observed his room. It was indeed very large, more than 800 square meters, like a small basketball court. However, the furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a hard bed with a quilt folded at the foot of the bed. There was a bedside table on each side of the bed. Not far away was a wardrobe. There was also an electronic projection screen and a bathroom. Zhou Jie came to one side of the bed and saw a box that was half his height. The box was made of soft, translucent rubber. Zhou Jie recognized one of the items in the box at first glance. It was a box of X-grade nutrient fluids. Zhou Jie walked forward and saw a list of items on the box. He picked it up and looked at it. A box of X-grade nutrient fluids, 500 milliliters X24. A box of X3 energy pumps, standard, and a box of mental energy recovery potions, standard. What a huge sum. Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh as he read out the items on the list. Zhou Jie only knew about the X-grade nutrient fluids on the list. However, just this item alone was worth more than 1 billion star coins. Depending on the brand and effect of the X-grade nutrient fluids, the cheapest one cost about 40 million star coins per bottle. The most expensive one cost more than 80 million star coins. The box of 12 bottles that Kakashi bought was considered the cheapest, but it still cost 500 to 600 million star coins. The Star Sword Alliance shouldn't be stingy. They should give the more expensive ones. This box of X-grade nutrient fluids probably costs more than 5 billion star coins. Zhou Jie was even more shocked after doing this calculation, because if this was the case, the value of this batch of newbie supplies might be more than 5 billion star coins. Of course, the Star Sword Alliance could definitely produce these things themselves. It was completely at cost price, so it should be more than 2 billion star coins. However, this was only for Zhou Jie. Everyone in the elite training base was the same. Adding the construction cost of this place, it would cost at least several 100 billion star coins. No wonder the Star Sword Alliance was the wealthiest of the 5 great organizations. However, if this box of X-grade nutrient fluids is given to an A-grade cultivator, it should be enough for him to cultivate to SS grade without any problems. However, for a normal peak X-grade cultivator, it can only be used as a supplement after exhaustion. Fortunately, I need a large amount of energy to form a star core on its own. I don't know if these nutrient fluids and other things will be enough. Zhou Jie thought to himself. After thinking about it, he summoned Kakashi. Then, Zhou Jie showed Kakashi his newbie supplies and asked him how he should make the best use of these supplies. After Kakashi looked at the supplies, his eyes immediately emitted a blue light. His mouth was wide open, and he looked so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. Wow, Brother Jie, this Star Sword Alliance is really rich. These rank X nutrient fluids are the best, each box worth at least 8 billion star coins. That energy pump, on the other hand, is worth less than 1 billion star coins. But for you, Brother Jie, this spirit replenishing potion is the most precious. This potion alone costs 4 or 5 billion star coins. It can directly and quickly replenish the depletion of your spirit force. Brother Jie, you don't need to use it normally. It's best to save it for when you've exhausted too much of your spirit force in battle. Kakashi said to Zhou Jie excitedly as he stared at the materials with shining eyes. Then how do I use these X-grade nutrient fluids? Can I use them to naturally condense a star core faster? Zhou Jie asked again. Kakashi replied, of course, but even with these nutrient fluids, it might not be enough for you to naturally condense a star core, Jocko. But you can give it a try soon. After all, the sooner you become a Star Lord, the better. That way, you could participate in the Trial of Six Paths as soon as possible. Then I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time to absorb all these nutrient fluids. How long do you think it will take? Zhou Jie asked after he made his decision. Back on the Zerd planet, he had absorbed the lowest grade X-grade nutrient fluids many times. But at that time, he had consumed a lot of his spirit replenishing serum, which allowed him to quickly increase his spirit replenishing serum. After that, he had used it a few times during the Genius competition and gradually reached the peak of X-grade. Without any spirit replenishing serum, it would be very, very slow for him to absorb the X-grade nutrient fluids. Chapter 90. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't be sure, but I've calculated the energy contained in the X-grade nutrient fluid and estimated your current absorption ability, Jocko. I think you'll need at least a month. Are you talking about continuous absorption? Zhou Jie raised his eyebrows and asked. Kakashi nodded. Yes, but, Jocko, you can also absorb one bottle to stabilize and comprehend the concept. Even if you're slow, you'll still be able to absorb it in 2 or 3 months. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and felt that it was better this way. So he nodded. Then let's do it this way. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation and absorbing these nutrient fluids, I might be able to condense a star core naturally. After I become a Star Lord, I'll be able to accept missions and earn cultivation points. Cultivation points? Kakashi couldn't help but be puzzled. Zhou Jie replied, in this elite cultivation base and the Dragon Phoenix planet, cultivation points are equivalent to the highest grade of currency. You can use them to exchange for many things, including star coins, the right to enter the major cultivation venues, and the exchange, and even some treasures. These are all on my identity card. You'll understand if you take a look at the beginner's notes. Zhou Jie said as he unlocked the screen of his identity card and threw it to Kakashi. Zhou Jie believed that he would still need Kakashi's help while he was cultivating here. Therefore, he felt that Kakashi needed to understand the situation here. After a while, Kakashi finished reading the beginner's notes and flipped through a few functions on his identity card. Exchange 100-star pass, treasure exchange, shopping on the merchant planet, cultivation points, and so on. Wow, there's so many things. These treasures and ordinary items can be bought directly from here. It's a pity that they all require cultivation points. Jocko, you only have 1,000 points. You'll be out after buying 2 bottles of X-grade nutrient fluid. Kakashi said as he shook his head. It was no wonder that Kakashi felt this way. This was because the cultivation points were indeed omnipotent. As long as he had enough points, he could even exchange for suzerain secret techniques, grade F spaceships, satellite weapon systems, mechanical king weapons, and many other things that normal low-level Star Lords would not even dare to dream about. Things like level X nutrient fluids and mental energy recovery potions were directly placed in the Trade Star shop. A box of the highest quality level X nutrient fluids, 500 milliliters X24, only cost 8,800 points, and 10,000 points could only be exchanged for 5 billion star coins. However, there was a limit. After all, the nutrient fluid was useless for Star Lords, but it was very useful for the cultivators below level X. If there was no limit, it was possible that someone would sell it to the outside world, which would cause unnecessary waste for the Star Sword Alliance. Generally speaking, there were only a few ways to earn points. The first was to break through to the next star rank. Breaking through to the rank of a 1-star Lord would earn you 5,000 points, a 2-star Lord would earn you 10,000 points, a 3-star Lord would earn you 20,000 points, a 4-star Lord would earn you 40,000 points, and a 5-star Lord would earn you 80,000 points. However, there were no 6-star Lords. Also, No one in history had ever become a 6-star lord in 30 years in an elite training base. Those who could become 5-star lords only happened once in hundreds or even thousands of years. The second way to obtain cultivation points was to pass the 100 stars barrier. This was already mentioned before, so there was no need to repeat it. The third way was to complete missions. Each mission could give anywhere from 5,000 to 50,000 points. Naturally, the more points one had, the more difficult it would be. The missions with the lowest difficulty could only be accepted by Star Lords. It was not hard to imagine how dangerous those missions were. The last way to earn points was the most difficult. That was to create a secret skill or cultivation method that could be kept on the 5th floor of the book collection tower. Then, he would be able to earn a certain amount of points. This way, he would be able to earn at least 50,000 points. However, the last way to obtain cultivation points was also the most hopeless, so Zhou Jie simply ignored it. Although he had many Lord-level secret techniques from the sacred grounds, he couldn't learn them himself, and they were Lord-level secret techniques. All in all, there was no way that he would exchange them for cultivation points. I'll be able to earn cultivation points quickly when I become a Star Lord. Let's improve our strength first. Zhou Jie was quite calm when Kakashi shook his head and sighed. Kakashi, protect me now. I'm going to start. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Kakashi quickly responded and returned the identity card to Zhou Jie. Then, Zhou Jie opened the box of nutrition liquids and took a few bottles to the bathroom, planning to start his seclusion. Time flew. It had been the 79th day since Zhou Jie moved into the villa. It still doesn't work, but my energy is almost overflowing. I have to keep compressing it, but I might accidentally condense a star core if I'm not careful. Zhou Jie frowned when he saw that the last bottle of nutrition liquids had been emptied, but he still hadn't condensed a star core. After leaving the bathtub, where the energy was thin, Zhou Jie's netherworld battle suit was instantly covered by his belt. Then, Zhou Jie activated his energy, and the water on the surface and inside of the battle suit was all removed. After opening the bathroom door and walking out, Zhou Jie saw Kakashi lying on the bed with his legs crossed and reading a comic. Zhou Jie walked to the bed and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I've absorbed the last bottle of nutrition liquids, but I still haven't condensed a star core. However, I feel that the energy in my body has increased by at least 20%. I can't compress it anymore. If this continues, I'm worried that I might accidentally condense a star core if I continue to cultivate and absorb cosmic energy. Hearing this, Kakashi had already somersaulted and sat on the bed. He frowned, thought for a while, and said, Jocko, according to your current situation, you should be at the most critical and most difficult time. Maybe you'll be able to condense a star core spontaneously if you go one step further. You have to endure it, or all your previous efforts will be in vain. Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, he felt that his current situation would be better than the average person's breakthrough. However, since Kakashi said that the star cleansing core that was formed spontaneously was the most perfect, he had to endure it. Well, take it slow. There's no rush. Now, every bit of energy I absorb needs a long time to stabilize without breaking through. I think this situation will be even more difficult in the future. No wonder ordinary people can't condense a star core spontaneously and become a star master. Zhou Jie sighed. Kakashi listened to Zhou Jie and nodded with a smile. That's right. Since you want to be stronger than others of the same level, you naturally have to pay more. Jocko, every time you break through in the future, you will have to condense a star core spontaneously. Zhou Jie. 9 months later, it had been almost a year since Zhou Jie had moved into the villa. In the past year, Qin Feng and the others who had entered through the summit match with Zhou Jie had all become Star Masters one after another. Among them, Liu Haoran was the first to break through, and it only took him less than 2 months. Then, Miyazaki Naganabu took more than 2 months, and finally, Qin Feng took only 3 months. With the help of Level X nutrient fluids, breaking through to the Star Master level couldn't have been easier for geniuses like them. Soon after their breakthroughs, The three of them contacted Zhou Jia one after another and told him about their breakthroughs. They also asked if Zhou Jia had made a breakthrough. Even Lu Haoran, who was the first to ask, didn't contact Zhou Jia until more than a month after his breakthrough, because he didn't want to shock the others. Naturally, Zhou Jia hadn't made a breakthrough at that time. However, Qin Feng was the third to inform Zhou Jia about his breakthrough and asked about Zhou Jia's situation. It had been 5 months since then, but Zhou Jia hadn't made a breakthrough yet. Regarding this, Zhou Jia only gave a few perfunctory words, saying that he had been delayed by comprehending the concept. Qin Feng and the others did not take it seriously. They only asked Zhou Jia to inform the three of them after he had broken through, because at that time, the four of them could go and do the mission together. However, it had been almost a year since the four of them had arrived, and yet Zhou Jia still hadn't informed Qin Feng and the others that he had made a breakthrough. What's going on with Jocko? He still hasn't told us whether he has made a breakthrough or not. I contacted him 2 months ago to do missions, but he said that he hasn't made a breakthrough yet. How strange. Qin Feng said to Miyazaki Naganabu and Lu Haoran, who were sitting opposite him in his villa. Chapter 91. It's very strange. With Zhou Jia's talent, it's impossible that he hasn't broken through until now, unless... Lu Haoran also said. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped talking. What did you think of? Miyazaki Naganabu couldn't help but look at Lu Haoran and ask, do you think that Zhou Jia didn't use the batch of newcomer resources? In addition, he has to comprehend the concept, so he hasn't broken through for so long? Lu Haoran thought about it and voiced his guess. This, now that you mention it, it seems possible. But why didn't Jocko use the X-level nutrient fluid? It doesn't make sense, does it? Qin Feng frowned and asked. Maybe he's short of money, Lu Haoran replied. The reason why he raised his guess was because he thought of this possibility. Short of money? Miyazaki Naganabu couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised by Lu Haoran's statement. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the only way to explain why Zhou Jia hadn't broken through until now. Qin Feng also frowned and said, this won't do. Let's contact Jocko and ask him what's going on. We even passed the 100 stars pass, but Jocko hasn't done anything. Isn't he worried about cultivation points? Then let's contact him. We'll ask him together. Lu Haoran nodded in agreement. Miyazaki Naganabu also nodded in agreement. In the bedroom of Zhou Jia's villa, Zhou Jia was meditating on the bed with his eyes closed. The quilt stacked at the corner of the bed was covered with a thin layer of dust, but there wasn't a single wrinkle on it. Suddenly, Zhou Jia opened his eyes, took the ID card beside him, and quickly opened Qin Feng's video call invitation. Jocko. On the light screen, Qin Feng's part above his shoulder appeared. Behind his shoulder, Lu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu could be seen. Zhou Jia saw that Lu Haoran and Lu Haoran were also there. He was shocked and quickly asked, what's wrong? Jocko, you haven't broken through to the Star Lord level yet? Qin Feng asked. Zhou Jia couldn't help but stare blankly. After hesitating for a moment, he still answered truthfully, no. Zhou Jia was about to explain, but Qin Feng's right. Jocko, are you short of money? Lack of money? Zhou Jia was dumbfounded. What was this? Besides, he wasn't short of money. Seeing that Zhou Jia was confused, Qin Feng told Lu Haoran's guess to Zhou Jia and added, if you're short of money, just tell me. Although I'm not very rich, Haoran is. Don't you think so, Haoran? As Qin Feng spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Lu Haoran as he asked. Zhou Jia was speechless in front of the screen. He was about to say something, but Lu Haoran squeezed in front of Qin Feng and said to Zhou Jia, if you're really short of money, I can lend you 10 billion star coins myself. Zhou Jia's eyes almost popped out. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had already exploded. F***CK, Brother Ran, I didn't expect you to be so rich. You have 10 billion star coins yourself. Faced with Qin Feng's incredulous question, Lu Haoran was very calm. He explained, I'm in charge of 12 of the family's businesses. Then Qin Feng started to flatter Lu Haoran. Seeing this, Zhou Jie held his forehead helplessly and said, "Qin Feng, Haoran, thank you for your kindness, but it's not because I'm short of money that I haven't broken through yet. I've already used the X-grade nutrient fluid, but because I'm cultivating a secret technique, I can't break through for the time being. But the way I see it, I'll break through this month or next month at the latest. You guys don't have to worry about me." As soon as Zhou Jie said that, Qin Feng stopped fooling around. The three of them gathered in front of the screen, still in disbelief at Zhou Jie's answer. Zhou Jie realized that they didn't know what secret technique he was cultivating that required him to break through to the Star Lord level. So, Zhou Jie sighed and said something to the three of them, telling them not to worry about themselves and to focus on their cultivation. In the end, Qin Feng and the other two couldn't do anything about it. They could only wish Zhou Jie a smooth cultivation and ended the call. Putting down his ID card, Zhou Jie couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. At the same time, he felt warm in his heart. "It's been 8 years, my former good friends. How are you?" Zhou Jie closed his eyes and suddenly murmured, his brows furrowed like a knife. Kakashi was reading a comic not far away from Zhou Jie. Seeing that Zhou Jie was talking to himself, he couldn't help but stare at Zhou Jie for a while, but Zhou Jie ignored him in the end. He shrugged and continued reading his comic. Then, Zhou Jie opened his eyes and glanced at Kakashi. Then, he adjusted his mentality and continued to absorb the universal energy slowly. Just as Zhou Jie said on the phone, he felt that the energy in his body had been saturated to the limit after countless energy compressions and stabilizations. A star core could be formed spontaneously at any time. However, he was absorbing the energy very slowly and carefully, which made it difficult for him to guarantee that a star core would be formed spontaneously in a few days. However, he believed that a month would be enough. At this point, Zhou Jie wasn't very agitated, but the video call just now made him want to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Therefore, he needed to adjust his mentality and continue cultivating. Soon, Qin Feng and the others are doing missions. When I become a Star Lord, I'll go to the 100 Stars Pass first. Zhou Jie thought to himself and gradually calmed down. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Zhou Jie came to the elite training base, but Zhou Jie was still a little bit away from making a breakthrough. At a certain moment on this day, a middle-aged man in white appeared above Qin Feng's villa and scanned with his powerful mental power. The middle-aged man's casual expression changed as he looked at Zhou Jie's villa in shock. "Who's living there?" The middle-aged man frowned and quickly took out his ID badge, which was an upgraded version of the ID badge that only the senior members of the Star Sword Alliance could have. A few seconds later, Zhou Jie, the other three in his batch have already started doing missions, but he still hasn't become a Star Lord? The middle-aged man was shocked. He hesitated for a moment in the air, but still chose to fly to Zhou Jie's bedroom on the 3rd floor. The middle-aged man's name was Hao Jue. He was a 7-star Star Lord sent by the Star Sword Alliance to guard the Dragon Phoenix planet. He was also responsible for supervising the cultivation of the members in the elite training base. However, for a long time, those who could enter the cultivation base were all dragons among men. Usually, there was no need to supervise their cultivation at all. Therefore, every year, he would come to check on the cultivation of all the cultivators. He would also check on the cultivators who were not in the cultivation base. Today was the day for him to do so. Hao Jue directly broke into the 3rd floor of Zhou Jie's villa and arrived in front of Zhou Jie's bedroom in a rather aggressive manner. Inside the room, Kakashi sensed that an expert was approaching. His expression changed as he warned Zhou Jie. "Don't worry. This is the elite training base of the Star Sword Alliance. Whoever dares to break in like this can't be an intruder. Otherwise, the base's defense system would have been alerted a long time ago." Zhou Jie was calm despite Kakashi's panic. He then quickly put Kakashi into his spatial ring. Very soon, footsteps were heard outside the door. The footsteps paused, and a cold voice was heard. "Zhou Jie, are you cultivating?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie immediately flew to the door and opened it. "Senior, Zhou Jie could sense that Hao Jue was immeasurably strong outside the door. He immediately called out and then answered Hao Jue's question. I was cultivating just now. What can I do for you, senior? Hao Jue looked at Zhou Jie thoughtfully after hearing the question. He had already sensed that Zhou Jie's body was abnormally abundant. He should have become a Star Lord a long time ago, but why didn't he choose to do so? Hao Jue was confused, but he was no longer as angry as before. Zhou Jie, let me ask you, why haven't you become a Star Lord yet? Hao Jue thought for a moment and asked. Zhou Jie didn't expect that the guy was only there for that. Slightly shocked, he hurried to explain what he said to Qin Feng and the others. Hao Jue frowned after hearing Zhou Jie's explanation, but he didn't pursue the matter. He simply said, Fine, but don't waste too much time on other things. You should focus on becoming a Star Lord first. I can see that you can make the breakthrough at any time, so do it as soon as possible. I'll keep an eye on you for a while. Take care. After that, Hao Jue turned around and left, leaving Zhou Jie shaking his head and sighing. Day and night passed. Zhou Jie carefully absorbed the energy of the universe, as usual, and constantly stabilized the energy in his body. However, at this time, he really felt that his body had reached its limit. He was almost unable to restrain himself from condensing a star core. However, Zhou Jie tried his best to hold it back, until a certain moment, Zhou Jie opened his eyes with a look of shock on his face. Boom! Instantly, the energy in Zhou Jie's body was crazily condensed, and Zhou Jie's body emitted a glimmer of energy beyond his control. Chapter 92. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt that his dantian seemed to have become a collapsing black hole that was releasing a terrifying suction force, absorbing all the energy in his body spontaneously. After only a dozen seconds, Zhou Jie felt that more than half of the energy in his body had been lost except for his dantian. He even had the illusion that his limbs were powerless. The energy changes in Zhou Jie's body also alarmed Kakashi, who was at the side. He quickly sat up and looked at Zhou Jie. His cute big eyes were wide open. Jocko, you've made a breakthrough, exclaimed Kakashi in delight. Zhou Jie nodded and put on a smile. Then, he said, My body was full of energy before, but now I'm thirsty for energy. Hearing that, Kakashi quickly said, Jocko, hurry up and absorb the energy of the universe. The perfect stellar core that was formed spontaneously requires the most energy. Okay, Zhou Jie responded immediately. In fact, he had already started to do so without waiting for Kakashi to say this. After all, his body was constantly transmitting the message of energy deficiency to his brain in a short period of time. Naturally, he had to absorb energy to replenish his body. However, Zhou Jie didn't expect that he would need so much energy to become a Star Lord with a perfect stellar core. His body had also been strengthened, and his mental power had been increased. It was already the next day when Zhou Jie felt that his body and mind were saturated. Phew! After spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Zhou Jie opened his eyes, and it seemed as if a bright light had suddenly appeared in his eyes, causing him to seem rather terrifying. Seeing that Zhou Jie had finally made a breakthrough, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, Jocko, I didn't know that it would take you so long to form a perfect stellar core and become a Star Lord. It took more than 10 hours. Normally, it would only take 2 or 3 hours to stabilize a breakthrough and become a Star Lord. The Star Lord level is indeed much stronger. I feel like I've been reborn. In response to Kakashi's words, Zhou Jie said this, expressing his amazement at the great changes in his body. Jocko, how much stronger do you think you are now? Kakashi thought for a moment and asked with a grin. Zhou Jie glanced at Kakashi and pondered for a moment before answering. At least 10 times. Zhou Jie's answer shocked Kakashi. He said, So much stronger? Jocko, you're already comparable to a 1-star lord. It seems that the perfect astral core is really impressive. No Wonder Master has to purify his astral core to make it perfect before he can continue cultivating, even though he was born a Star Lord. Hearing this, Zhou Jie didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the identity card on the side, opened it, and looked at it. Then he said, Kakashi, I'm going to break through the 100 stars pass in the next few days. It's a good opportunity to test my progress. I've just made an appointment. You'd better go back to the space ring when I'm not in the villa. Oh, okay. I can go back and take a nap to replenish my energy. Kakashi seemed reluctant at first, but then he agreed with a nonchalant expression. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie walked out of the bedroom door that he hadn't left for a long time. He only felt that his body was surging with blood, which made him feel like fighting. I'm going to challenge the 100 Stars Challenge tomorrow. I'll practice all my moves today and see if I can apply my intent to the Golden Lotus Sword Array. Zhou Jie thought and went to the training ground on the second floor. At the same time, he used his ID card to contact White Road number 2 and asked her to prepare lunch. Zhou Jie hadn't eaten for a long time, and he wanted to relax and enjoy lunch. There was a special gravity room on the second floor. Zhou Jie entered the gravity room after practicing some moves. However, Zhou Jie felt that it was a pity that the gravity room could only provide 150 times the normal gravity. After all, the cost of a gravity machine is not cheap. Every villa has to have one, and it can't be too big indoors. 150 times is good enough. Zhou Jie thought as he directly chose 150 times gravity. An hour later, Zhou Jie came out of the gravity room. The netherworld armor automatically covered his naked upper body. Zhou Jie didn't sweat at all. Even his breathing wasn't very fast. I'm indeed much stronger. 150 times the normal gravity isn't too much of a pressure, Zhou Jie said in his heart. He looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he planned to go for lunch. There were all kinds of delicious food on the lunch table. There were a total of 12 dishes, all of which were made with precious ingredients. If it was in Japan, it would be at least as expensive as a presidential banquet. Now, it was just a normal meal for Zhou Jie. Just this meal alone cost me 12 points. My points are being consumed quite quickly. Zhou Jie looked at his ID card, which showed that he only had 988 points left. He couldn't help but look at the dishes on the table in front of him and frown slightly. However, Zhou Jie naturally wouldn't eat and drink like this. This time, he was just happy and wanted to relax. Therefore, he authorized White Robe number 2 to buy the ingredients and make the dishes. The ingredients were all available in the base, and they would be delivered in a few minutes. While eating, Zhou Jie looked at the history of the 100 Stars Challenge. The 3 most recent ones were from Qin Feng and the other 2. Oh, Qin Feng and the other 2 actually passed the 50th level. Zhou Jie looked at the information and his eyes lit up. The 50th level. That's 3,100 points. It should be the easiest to get points. If I want to get more points, I'll have to do missions. Speaking of missions, Zhou Jie's heart skipped a beat. He clicked on the Cultivation Points tab. There were many missions that gave points as rewards and a simple description of the mission. Hunt a planet-eating beast in the misty star ocean. Mission requirement: 1 Star Lord. Reward: 5,000 points. There's no limit to the number of participants. So, I can form a team, but the reward is still only 5,000 points. Zhou Jie looked at the first mission and couldn't help but read it aloud. This mission should be specially prepared for newcomers. It's updated every half a year. There's a limit to 1 Star Lord. 2 stars aren't allowed. Page by page, Zhou Jie flipped through the missions on the screen until he reached the end, 50,000 points. Only a 5-star Lord can accept it. The content is indeed dangerous. With that, Zhou Jie put away his identity card and finished the last bit of food on the table. Then, he got up and walked out of the villa. The 100 Stars Challenge is about 50 kilometers away from here. I want to take a spaceship. Jogging there will be a good warm-up. As Zhou Jie spoke, he walked out of the villa's main door, jumped more than 10 meters, and began the so-called jog. However, with Zhou Jie's current recovery ability, this kind of speed consumed very little energy. It would take less than an hour to run 50 kilometers. For Zhou Jie, the burden was only equivalent to an athlete jogging a kilometer. After 50 minutes, Zhou Jie arrived at the open space in front of the 100 Stars Challenge. The 100 Stars Challenge, as a whole, was like a square tunnel built on the surface of the Earth. It stretched straight for more than 1,500 meters. Zhou Jie flashed to the closed entrance of the 100 Stars Challenge and put his identity card into the card slot. The card slot immediately swallowed the identity card, and a voice prompt sounded. Zhou Jie, identity confirmed. Please come back to collect your identity card after completing the challenge. The challenge begins now. As soon as the voice finished, the door in front of Zhou Jie quickly opened on both sides. Zhou Jie walked straight in. Oh, it's so small? Zhou Jie said in surprise as soon as he entered. It was no wonder Zhou Jie was so surprised. It turned out that the space of the first challenge of the 100 Stars Challenge was only about 5 meters wide. However, it was more than 20 meters long. This made Zhou Jie feel a little awkward. The door closed behind him. The floor and ceiling of the space where Zhou Jie was located emitted light, which just happened to illuminate the space clearly. Then, supergravity descended. However, Zhou Jie withstood it easily. It's only 150 times the gravity, Zhou Jie muttered to himself. He felt that the gravity was the same as the one he had trained with in the morning. Attack the door in front of you. The accumulation of attacks has reached the threshold. The door will open automatically. You may enter the second challenge. At this moment, a mechanical voice prompted. Zhou Jie's eyes fell on the white metal door about 5 meters in front of him. Then, Zhou Jie stepped forward and threw a punch. Open. Boom! The door opened quickly. Chapter 93. Zhou Jie entered the space of the second stage, and the instructions he received were the same as the first stage. Zhou Jie did the same and easily entered the third stage. From the first to the 9th stage, the content of the test was the same, but the requirement for the strength to open the door gradually increased. However, with Zhou Jie's strength, all the doors were easily opened with a single punch. 10th stage, the door closed behind him, and Zhou Jie was slightly surprised when he saw what was in front of him. It turned out that the 10th level was no longer like the previous 9 levels, which were carried out in a space that was no more than 100 square meters. Instead, it was more than 400 square meters. The horizontal length was still more than 20 meters, and the vertical width of about 5 meters had also become more than 20 meters. Moreover, there was a mecha that was more than 3 meters tall facing Zhou Jie, standing 10 meters away. This was also the reason why Zhou Jie was somewhat surprised. A mechanical king's soldier? Zhou Jie took a closer look at the mechanical suit. Although it was very different from a mechanical king soldier, Zhou Jie had only seen one type of mechanical king soldier before, which was the type in the 100 Mechanic Tower. Naturally, he would think that this mechanical suit was a mechanical king soldier. However, the mechanical suit in front of Zhou Jie was indeed not a mechanical king soldier. The mechanical king soldier was created by the Mechanic King, and its performance was almost unparalleled in the Star Field. Even though the Mechanic King could be considered half a member of the Star Sword Alliance, he would not casually give the Mechanical King Soldier to the Star Sword Alliance. Therefore, the mechanical suit in front of Zhou Jie was just a self-made one by the Star Sword Alliance. Defeat the mechanical suit warrior in 1 minute, and you will enter the next stage. As the notification sounded, the eyes of the mechanical suit warrior in front of Zhou Jie lit up with a green glow, and its limbs stretched out. As soon as the notification sounded, Zhou Jie moved. Who? A distance of 10 meters, even under 150 times the gravity, was just a blink of an eye for Zhou Jie. Dong! The mechanical suit warrior fell to the ground. After a beep, the door in front opened automatically. On the 11th level, the space was once again the same size as the previous 9 levels. However, after the door closed, the gravity that descended was directly increased to 200 times the standard gravity. The notification that Zhou Jie received still told him to attack the front door. For Zhou Jie, this was a piece of cake. In less than a minute, Zhou Jie arrived at the 20th checkpoint. Mechanical King weapon, exactly the same. This time, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. The appearance of the mecha in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had encountered at the Byway Tower. The requirement to clear the 20th level was still a knockout. Therefore, after the Mechanical King Soldier's eyes lit up with a blue light, Zhou Jie boom! The Mechanical King Soldier fell to the ground. The door opened, and Zhou Jie entered the 21st level. After entering the 21st level, Zhou Jie frowned when the super gravity descended. 250 times the gravity. If it had been before the breakthrough, Zhou Jie would have found it quite difficult to break through a door that required at least a 1-star Lord's attack to open under 250 times the gravity. Furthermore, according to the previous pattern, if the 31st level had 300 times the gravity, he probably would not have lasted more than 10 seconds. After all, 300 times the gravity was far beyond what his body could withstand. However, now that he had become a Star Lord, even Zhou Jie himself said that he felt 10 times stronger. 250 times the gravity was a piece of cake for him. What he was worried about was that if this continued, the 51st level of the 100 Stars Fortress would have 400 times the gravity. Even a normal 1-star Lord would not be able to withstand it for long. No wonder Qin Feng and the others stopped after passing the 50th level. After all, they had passed the first level consecutively, and the consumption was accumulated. After the 50th level, even they would not be able to withstand it anymore, right? Zhou Jie thought to himself, but he did not slow down at all. He had already passed the 21st level. Zhou Jie arrived at the 50th level. As he expected, the 41st level was 350 times the gravity. Even if a normal 1-star Lord stayed there without moving, they would be injured within a few hours. At the 50th level, Zhou Jie was still facing a Mechanical King Soldier, which made Zhou Jie feel a little strange. Previously, at the 30th level, it was also a Mechanical King Soldier, but the light in its eyes had turned red. However, Zhou Jie was still able to knock it down in one move. At the 40th level, it was still a Mechanical King Soldier, but the light in its eyes had turned purplish-black. Zhou Jie actually did not manage to knock it down in one move. Instead, he had to add a throwing knife. The original form of Caddis Blade was a throwing knife, but it had turned into a katana before he was able to knock it down. The 50th level was another Mechanical King Soldier. Zhou Jie naturally felt strange. Could this Mechanical King Soldier be stronger? However, very soon, when the eyes of the Mechanical King Soldier in front of him lit up, Zhou Jie realized that although the appearance of this Mechanical King Soldier was almost the same as before, there were still some differences. Even the light in its eyes had patterns. Zhou Jie attacked at lightning speed, but this Mechanical King Soldier actually reacted and blocked in front of itself with its rod. Zhou Jie stepped on the rod and pushed the Mechanical King Soldier back 2 steps, but it did not seem to be unstable at all. Swoosh! Then, the Mechanical King Soldier swung its rod at Zhou Jie. Its speed and strength were both shocking, and even the heavy air produced a muffled sound. However, Zhou Jie did not even look at the rod. Caddis's blade flew out and collided with the tip of the rod. Boom! The air exploded, and the Mechanical King Soldier took another step back. Zhou Jie had already taken advantage of the momentum and stepped on the Mechanical King Soldier's head. Dong! The huge Mechanical King Soldier knelt on the ground with one knee. Caddis's blade flew out again, directly infused with the concept of thin line of sky. Even if the Mechanical King Soldier wanted to raise its rod to block, it was too late. The flying knife hit the Mechanical King Soldier's face, and sparks flew. The energy wave passed through the Mechanical King Soldier's body, causing it to fall to the ground. Let's go to the 51st level. Zhou Jie said to himself. He had become a 1-star Lord with a perfect stellar core. According to Kakashi, his strength would be much stronger than the average Star Lord of the same level. Zhou Jie, who had just become a 1-star Lord, was already comparable to a peak 1-star Lord. In addition, Zhou Jie himself was a genius and could fight those above his level. Qin Feng and the others might not have the confidence to pass the 60th level, but Zhou Jie felt that he still had some hope. After entering the 51st level, the supergravity arrived as expected, a full 400 times. Even Zhou Jie felt the pressure and frowned. 400 times the gravity is really scary. It's already my limit. Even if I don't move, I won't last half a day. Zhou Jie thought to himself and looked at the door in front of him. The order was still to attack the door. Zhou Jie immediately attacked, and every attack was several times stronger than his concept, a thin line of sky. Boom, boom, boom. The energy accumulation display bar beside the door rose crazily. In one breath, it exceeded 80%, and in another breath, it passed 90%. Finally, with a sidekick from Zhou Jie, the display bar rose directly from 95% to 100%. Ka! The heavy door opened, and Zhou Jie's breathing became heavier. This way, even if I make it to the 60th level, the energy consumption will be too great. I might not be able to pass the 60th level. Zhou Jie calmed himself down, thought for a while, and turned around. End of level. In an instant, the supergravity disappeared, and the door to the 52nd level behind Zhou Jie closed. The door to the 51st level, which Zhou Jie had just entered, opened quickly, followed by the door to the 50th level, the door to the 49th level, all the way until the door to the first level opened in 2 seconds. Zhou Jie waited until the door to the first level opened before moving like an arrow toward the door. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Zhou Jie landed in front of the door to the first level of the 100 Stars Pass. After verifying his identity and retrieving the identity card, Zhou Jie turned around and prepared to leave. At the same time, he opened the identity card and looked at the cultivation points. Seeing that the points had increased to 4,408, he couldn't help but feel happy. This was the feeling of being rich, so it was naturally good. But at this time, Zhou Jie suddenly felt an aura in front of him. He couldn't help but look up in confusion. What he saw was a beautiful woman in a tight white soft armor walking toward Zhou Jie. Seeing Zhou Jie, she was also confused. However, that was just the subconscious reaction of the beautiful woman when she saw Zhou Jie at the beginning. Very soon, she accelerated toward Zhou Jie with a smile on her face. Hi, did you just pass the 100 Stars Pass? Zhou Jie stood in his original position a dozen meters away. That beauty asked. Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as clear and melodious as wind chimes. Zhou Jie was briefly stunned, but then he nodded and said, Yes, and you are? My name is Unravel. I've been in the elite training base for less than 4 months. I became a Star Lord not long ago, so I made an appointment to pass the 100 Stars Pass. Unravel smiled and said, However, it seems that you were 1 step ahead of me when I made the appointment, so I was right behind you. What a coincidence! Chapter 94. Oh, Zhou Jie nodded. However, he didn't know the rules of the 100 Stars Pass, so he didn't know why the other party was behind him. Since the other party had said so, he didn't want to delve into it, so he just nodded as if he understood. But then, Zhou Jie suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yuan Rong and asked, Oh right, your surname is Yuan? Do you know Yuan Qingkong? Yuan Rong was startled by the question. She hesitated for a moment, but after 2 or 3 seconds, she nodded and said, I know him. He's my cousin, but before I was born, my uncle betrayed the family because he went against the marriage alliance. I only heard about it from my father, so I know that I have such a cousin. It's said that he's the champion of this year's genius competition. Yuan Rong suddenly realized this and asked Zhou Jie, Oh right, you still haven't told me your name. I see. Zhou Jie thought to himself after hearing Yuan Rong's answer, but he still said, My name is Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie? Yuan Rong repeated Zhou Jie's name, and her eyes lit up. The champion of this year's genius competition is you? You're amazing. Zhou Jie was very calm when he heard this. He shook his head slightly and said, It's not worth mentioning. Yuan Qingkong and Veronica are the real amazing ones. Yuan Rong pursed her lips when she heard this, but she also said, Yes, my cousin is amazing. My father said that uncle was also a genius in the family, but I didn't expect his son to be even more talented than him. I heard that some of the elders in the family want to find uncle and cousin Ewan, but my father said that with uncle's temper, it's unlikely that they'll come back. Yes, Zhou Jie nodded. He couldn't help but feel that this beauty was really talkative. Hey, is the 100 stars pass difficult? The last few people have only reached the 50th level. Yuan Rong blinked her big black eyes and asked Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie looked at her and lowered his head. He replied, "It's not very difficult. You've just become a Star Lord, so you can also pass the 50th level. However, the 41st to 50th level is 350 times gravity, and the 51st level is 400 times gravity. You're a girl, so you'll have to pass the 50th level." "Oh, thank you. I'll start." Yuan Rong smiled at Zhou Jie as she spoke. Her eyes were like crescent moons, which made Zhou Jie's heart throb. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked. As a former assassin, resisting the temptation of women was a compulsory course. Even if it was a very charming woman, Zhou Jie could easily ignore them. But facing a pure beauty like Yuan Rong, he actually had an indescribable feeling of being moved. Zhou Jie frowned after realizing that. Yuan Rong bypassed Zhou Jie at this moment and walked to the gate of the 100 Stars Pass. Zhou Jie couldn't help but look back. Then, he shook his head and flashed away. Back at his villa, Zhou Jie sat down and drank a glass of water. Then, he took out his ID card and planned to contact Qin Feng to ask how they were doing with the mission. However, when Zhou Jie initiated a video call with Qin Feng, he was prompted that the other party had blocked the communication. Zhou Jie immediately understood. It should be that Qin Feng and the others were in the middle of a mission. It was inconvenient for them to answer the call, so the communication was blocked. It's normal for a mission to take 10 days to half a month. The main thing is that they are still on the road. Qin Feng and the others should have already started the mission. So, it will take at least a week before they come back, right? Zhou Jie thought. He unconsciously clicked on the cultivation points and looked at the mission column again. This time, Zhou Jie planned to choose a mission and wait for Qin Feng and the others to come back to do it together. Some missions are limited to a single person. There aren't many missions that can be completed by a team. Zhou Jie casually clicked on a few missions with 5,000 points and found that they were all limited to a single person, so he skipped them. For Zhou Jie, he was confident that he could complete these solo missions with 5,000 points. However, he felt a little guilty about Qin Feng and the others waiting for him to do the mission together. In addition, he wanted to cultivate a friendship with them, so he planned to do the first mission with them. After completing the mission, Zhou Jie planned to enter the realm of 6 paths in seclusion and enter the battle of the 6 paths. He had always been curious about this. As he flipped through, Zhou Jie finished looking through the missions with 5,000 points. He found that apart from the Hunt a Planet-Eating Beast in the Misty Star Sea mission, there were no other missions that allowed multiple people to form a team. This means that Qin Feng and the others have accepted this mission. This means that they won't be able to accept another mission for half a year. Zhou Jie couldn't help but shake his head at this thought. Didn't this mean that he wouldn't be able to do missions with Qin Feng and the others? After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Jie continued looking through the missions, but this time he was looking at missions with 10,000 points. No limit? Zhou Jie quickly found a mission with no limit, and the mission's strength was limited to a 1-star lord. However, Zhou Jie frowned when he saw the mission's content. Explore the unknown areas of Dust Sea Planet. Use instruments to draw a map of a certain range. Based on the exploration range of a single person, every additional person will increase the exploration range by 50%. Everyone will receive 10,000 points for each mission. P.S. This mission has a certain degree of danger and unknown risks. Everyone can only take it once. However, Zhou Jie's eyebrows soon relaxed. How can missions not be dangerous? Let's look at the mission details first. As Zhou Jie spoke, he clicked on the mission details. First, it introduced the situation of Dust Sea Planet. Then, there were some points to pay attention to during the mission. There were also pictures and information about the instruments and equipment provided for the mission. After a brief look, Zhou Jie felt that the mission was not that dangerous. However, Dust Sea Planet was once occupied by a Lord-level expert. Its core area was densely covered with formations, and no one had been able to enter his lair until now. The entire planet was covered with formations, so almost every part of Dust Sea Planet had a harsh environment. It was difficult for anyone below the Star-Lord level to stay there for long. Since Dust Sea Planet was very large, the lair of this Lord-level expert had been determined. However, no one had been able to enter, so it was temporarily ignored. In other parts of Dust Sea Planet, the people of the Star Sword Alliance had also found some precious mineral deposits. Therefore, Dust Sea Planet had been constantly explored since its discovery. However, after more than 1,000 years, only half of the planet had been explored. The reason why only half of the planet had been explored after such a long time was mainly because Lord-level experts would constantly trigger formations when they moved around on Dust Sea Planet. At the beginning of the exploration, several Lord-level experts were injured. Therefore, after finding the lair of the planet's owner, these Lord-level experts realized that they could not enter, so they did not want to waste time on Dust Sea Planet. After all, for Lord-level experts, even mineral deposits worth trillions of star coins were dispensable. It was only because the Star Sword Alliance maintained a large organization like the Star Sword Alliance that they continued to send people to explore Dust Sea Planet and let the Star Sword Alliance monopolize the resources on the planet. Except for the lair of the planet's owner, which was where no Lord-level experts could enter, Dust Sea Planet had not caused much of a stir until now. Mechanical King soldiers will mysteriously disappear when exploring, and there is no way to communicate on the planet. It can only be explored slowly by people piloting mechanical suits or by Star Lords wearing equipment. That's the fastest way. After reading the whole story of the mission source, Zhou Jie finally understood. After thinking for a while, he decided that if there were no better missions, he would accept this mission. Then, Zhou Jie continued to look through the missions, but all the way until he reached the mission with 15,000 points, he did not find any missions that could be taken by more people. Starting from 15,000 points, there are some with the strength of a 2-star Lord, and the rest are at least a peak 1-star Lord. Zhou Jie looked and could not help but shake his head. Even if I become a Star Lord with a perfect star core, I'm afraid I'll only be a peak 1-star Lord, right? Putting away his identity card, Zhou Jie stood up and planned to take a look at the 6 Paths of Wonder, while Qin Feng and the others were not back yet. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie entered the secret underground room on the 1st floor and released Kakashi from his spatial ring. Chapter 95. Jocko, you're done already? Didn't you say you're going to challenge the 100 Stars Challenge first before doing the mission? Kakashi asked as soon as he saw Zhou Jie. I'm going to do a mission with a few friends, but they haven't returned yet. I'll probably have to wait for a week. Is there anything I can learn in the 6 Paths Pagoda during this time? Zhou Jie explained and asked Kakashi in return. Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard that Zhou Jie was going to enter the 6 Paths Pagoda. He said excitedly, "Of course, Jocko, since you become a Star Lord, you must be able to sense the elemental laws. Then you can start learning the secret arts taught by the 6 Tower Masters. You can go in and take a look and choose what you want to learn. You'll still have to learn the basics yourself." "Okay, then let me enter the 6 Paths realm," Zhou Jie said. "Okay," Kakashi said excitedly and took out the crystal ball. 6 Paths world. "Wait," Zhou Jie suddenly said, and threw his identity card to Kakashi. "Take my identity card. If there's any news from Qin Feng, Liu Haoren, or Miyazaki Naganabu, let me out." Kakashi took the identity card and looked at Zhou Jie. "No problem, Jocko. But now that you become a Star Lord, you can control this 6 Paths world. I'll teach you how to control it now. Then, you'll be able to enter and exit the 6 Paths world on your own." Zhou Jie heard and nodded. "Okay, but I'll leave the 6 Paths world with you. I'm afraid I'll lose it." Kakashi, however, said, There's no way to control the Six Paths world. Even Emperor, you can't enter the Six Paths realm through it. Besides, Jocko, once you control it, you'll be able to sense its location. You won't lose it, unless... That's exactly what I meant. Zhojie looked at Kakashi and said calmly, Ugh, no, Jocko, you go to become an Imperial Emperor and Emperor you. Jocko, you're the best. Kakashi chuckled. Zhojie. A few minutes later, Zhojie completed the control of the Six Paths world and entered the Six Paths realm. Kakashi, on the other hand, stayed in the underground secret room, ready to inform Zhojie of the situation outside. Unlike the previous time when he entered the Six Paths realm, Zhojie now had control of the Six Paths world. He had an inexplicable connection with the entire Six Paths realm. This allowed him to sense two unusual ripples in the boundless Six Paths realm. They were the Six Paths Pagoda and the precious Bow Pavilion. However, every time he teleported, he would appear near the Six Paths Pagoda. Zhojie also saw the Six Paths Pagoda, and he immediately approached it. When he got close enough, the familiar ripples spread throughout his body. Zhojie felt his vision blurring, and he appeared in the bright white space of the Six Paths Pagoda. When Zhojie got used to his surroundings, he saw a man in black pants 5 meters away from him. The man looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, and his naked upper body was muscular. Your Highness. The man in black pants looked at Zhojie and called out. Zhojie was stunned at first, but he soon remembered that the man in black pants was called Zhou Maianti, the divine-bodied Tao Pagoda's owner. So, just as Zhojie was about to greet him, the space beside Zhou Maianti rippled slightly, and 5 figures appeared at the same time. They were the other 5 Pagoda Masters. Greetings to the 6 seniors. Zhojie quickly changed his mind. The 6 Pagoda Masters saw him, and it was the divine martial Tao Pagoda's owner, Zhou Tianwu. He said, Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. I see that Your Highness has become a Star Lord. You can accept our inheritance now. Seeing that Zhou Tianwu went straight to the point, Zhojie nodded and said, Yes, this junior is here to learn some secret techniques. However, I may only have a week's time, so I'm just starting. Is it okay with you? After saying this, Zhojie couldn't help but feel a little restrained. He lowered his head and waited for Zhou Tianwu and the others to reply. When Zhou Tianwu and the others heard this, they looked at each other and communicated telepathically. It was Zhou Tianwu who replied, Of course, but Your Highness, since you don't have time now, you can only choose one path to learn. After you learn one path, you can learn the other 5 paths. This is also a small test for Your Highness. Which path does Your Highness intend to learn? Which path to learn? After hearing Zhou Tianwu's words, Zhojie was a little confused. After all, he didn't even know what the 6 paths were for. How could he choose? As if he knew Zhojie's difficulties, Zhou Tianwu quickly said, How about this? Your Highness still doesn't know the direction of the 6 paths. Let the 6 of us explain to Your Highness and provide you with the secret techniques to learn. Your Highness can make a decision after you have no questions. Okay, that's it. Zhojie nodded immediately. Well, then we'll follow the order. Miaoty, you go first. Zhou Tianwu looked at Miaoty and took half a step back. Miaoty, the young man in black pants, nodded slightly at Zhou Tianwu. Then he turned to Zhojie and said, Your Highness, I'm the host of the inheritance of the divine physique path. The secret technique I recommend you to learn is the 9 changes of stars. The threshold for this technique is relatively low. If you cultivate it to the advanced level, you can increase your size to the size of star. You can hold the sun and the moon and pick the stars. Hold the sun and the moon and pick the stars. Zhojie couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Miaoty's so-called advanced level secret technique. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. That was too exaggerated, wasn't it? However, after Miaoty finished speaking, he turned to Zhou Zhiyun, who was wearing a tight black dress. Zhou Zhiyun also said to Zhojie, Your Highness, I'm the host of the Divine Soul Path. The secret technique I recommend you to learn is the secret technique of Heart Force. This is also the strongest secret technique of the divine soul in the Holy Land. It was created by the Holy Lord himself. It's not easy to learn, but the divine soul is the most important. Your Highness can also consider learning it first. As for the advanced level of this secret technique, it's amazing. All of your Highness's moves and secret techniques will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, you can create a world with a thought and move reincarnation with a thought. After listening to Zhou Jihuan's words, Zhou Jie's throat tightened. He couldn't stay calm anymore. This was really too exaggerated. Then it was Zhou Tianwu's turn. He said, "Your Highness, I'm the host of the Divine Martial Path. I recommend you to learn the Wuji Divine Hands first. This secret technique also requires you to temper your body. It's suitable for you to learn it together with the 9 changes of stars. Your Highness can consider it." After saying that, Zhou Tianwu signaled to Zhou Longwei that it was his turn. Zhou Longwei, who looked like a meatball, immediately gave Zhou Jie a wretched smile and said, "Your Highness, I am the Divine Might Pagoda Master. I recommend Your Highness Divine Might Technique." Like Sister Zhuan's Heart Force secret technique, this Divine Might Technique was also created by the Divine Lord. It is the only secret technique that my Divine Might Path cultivates. If this secret technique is cultivated to great completion, it is as simple as killing someone with a single glance. However, this secret technique is even more difficult than the Heart Force secret technique. Your Highness can put it aside for now and cultivate another secret technique. Then it was the red-bearded old man, Zhou Moji's turn. He said, "Your Highness, I'm the Divine Tactics Path's Pagoda Master. My Divine Tactics Path cultivates only one secret technique, which leads to the peak. This secret technique is called the 1,000 Tactics Transformation. It's mainly about formations, puppets, talismans, seals, and other auxiliary techniques. It covers a wide range of areas and requires a lot of time to learn. Your Highness can also put aside for now." The last one to speak was the baby Zhou Goduan, who had a pacifier in his mouth. He used his childish voice to speak like an old man. "Your Highness, I'm in charge of the Divine Escape Path. As the name suggests, it's an escape technique and a way to save one's life. My path has many secret techniques. According to my recommendation, Your Highness can first learn a simple secret technique called the 3,000 Thunders Illusion Body. This is also the way to practice the unfettered wandering. However, the main purpose of this technique is to save one's life. If Your Highness wants to increase your combat ability, you can first learn the secret techniques of the Divine Physique Path or the Divine Martial Path." After the 6 Pagoda Masters finished speaking, Zhou Jie's mouth was slightly open. At this moment, he nodded in a daze and said, "Okay, then I'll choose the entry secret technique of the Divine Martial Path, the Limitless Divine Hands." Seeing that Zhou Jie had made his decision so quickly, Zhou Tianwu smiled and nodded. "Okay, since Your Highness has chosen my secret technique, then follow me." Chapter 96. Haha, Your Highness' eyes are indeed extraordinary. The Tao of the Martial Emperor is indeed much stronger than ours. At this time, Zhou Jihuan suddenly smiled charmingly. Her laughter was so moving that it made Zhou Jie's body go limp. This woman is really scary. Zhou Jie noticed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, the Martial Emperor is the only transcendent among us. His Tao is world apart from ours. Whether it's little sister Zhuan's Heart Force secret technique, brother Moji's 1,000 transformation method, or my Divine Array technique, the peak of their Tao is only Emperor Universe Realm. It's extremely difficult to become a transcendent. We haven't even succeeded." The fat Zhou Longwei followed up with a smile. It was as if he was trying to flatter Zhou Tianwu. When Zhou Tianwu heard their words, he said, "Becoming a transcendent doesn't just depend on what secret technique you practice. To become a transcendent, you either have to deduce a Tao to the extreme and be on par with the heavenly Tao, or you have to fuse 10,000 Taos and create your own Tao to reach the same height as the heavenly Tao. These two paths lead to the same destination, but they are different for everyone. The path of transcendence can only be explored by yourself. When Zhou Tianwu said this, the other 5 tower masters fell silent. Each of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. But soon, Zhou Xiadi said, "All right, we're all dead. What's left of our souls will be obliterated by the transcendent law once we go out. Don't think about becoming a transcendent. Let's go and let Big Brother Tian Wu teach Your Highness the everlasting sacred hand." The other 4 pagoda masters responded in unison. Soon after, other than Zhou Tianwu, the other pagoda masters disappeared. "Your Highness, follow me," Zhou Tianwu said at this time. Then, Zhou Jie felt the space around him fluctuate. He had already followed Zhou Tianwu to the bottom of a cliff. Zhou Jie was a little surprised by the sudden change in scenery. However, when he realized that other than the cliff in front of him, there was still a bright white space behind him, he seemed to understand something and didn't ask any questions. At this time, Zhou Tianwu turned to look at Zhou Jie and said to him, "Your Highness, this limitless sane hands has a total of 5 realms. They are respectively Tai Chi hands, heaven and earth great shift, stealing yin and yang, seizing good fortune, and limitless Tao. Since Your Highness is the first to enter the sect, you should first learn the Tai Chi hands! Zhou Jie felt that he couldn't understand anyway, so he just followed along and nodded. "Then I'll demonstrate it once. Your Highness, watch carefully." As Zhou Tianwu spoke, he turned his body to face Zhou Jie. His legs were slightly bent, and his hand began to slowly move in front of him. Seeing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown, because the technique Zhou Tianwu was displaying was too slow. Furthermore, it was very similar to an ancient martial art he had seen before called Tai Chi. Zhou Jie originally felt that Tai Chi was not as effective as other ancient martial arts in increasing one's strength, so he didn't learn it. However, gradually, Zhou Tianwu's hands began to emit traces of energy fluctuations, and the speed of his hands' movement also increased by a lot. What made Zhou Jie's eyes light up the most was that Zhou Tianwu's movement trajectory was extremely perfect, as if it was completely natural, causing people to be unable to take their eyes off it. At some point, Zhou Tianwu's hands moved faster and faster, forming an energy barrier in front of him. It also affected the energy of the 6 Paths Pagoda, which spontaneously integrated into the movement of his hands. Rumble. Soon, the scene in front of him made Zhou Jie's eyes widen. As Zhou Tianwu's hands suddenly moved at a great speed, the surrounding energy surged and gathered like a tidal wave, and was led by Zhou Tianwu's palm to the side of the cliff. Boom! With a loud bang, a deep hole was blasted open on the cliff. The palm print, however, didn't fly more than a meter before it suddenly disappeared. Zhou Jie naturally didn't have time to pay attention to where the rocks went. Instead, his eyes lit up as he looked at the palm print left on the cliff. He opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. At this time, Zhou Tianwu had already turned around to look at Zhou Jie and said, "Just now, I only used a trace of energy to move it, so it needed to be prepared to unleash such a powerful palm strike. If you can master the Tai Chi hand, then, with your strength as a 1-star lord, it'll be easy for you to unleash a palm strike with the power of a 2-star lord, and you'll be able to continuously unleash it." Amazing! Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after seeing the effects of the Tai Chi hand and hearing Zhou Tianwu's words. However, in the next second, Zhou Jie was a little worried. This Tai Chi hand seemed simple, but learning it would probably be like learning the ancient martial art Tai Chi. It would take him 10 years to unleash it, right? Then how long would it take for him to master it? As if he could see Zhou Jie's worry, Zhou Tianwu quickly said, "Your Highness, this Tai Chi hand is very simple and doesn't involve any laws. I believe that as long as Your Highness practices diligently, you'll be able to master it in a month." Zhou Jie was a little surprised to hear Zhou Tianwu say this. Just as he was about to say something, Zhou Tianwu raised his hand and a stream of light flew out. It split into two and sank into Zhou Jie's hands. Zhou Jie was shocked to see this. He felt his palms heat up and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, this is—" Zhou Tianwu explained, "Follow the guidance of the heat flow in your palms and practice for a while. I estimate that you'll be able to grasp the basics of the technique in less than an hour. Then, I'll guide you to the next step. I estimate that your highness will be able to master the Tai Chi hand in less than a week." Really? Zhou Jie heard this and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He could master such a powerful Tai Chi hand in a week. Your Highness, start practicing first. Whether you can master it or not depends on how hard your Highness works. Nothing can be done well without perseverance and hard work. Zhou Tianwu saw Zhou Jie's reaction and immediately said with a sharp look in his eyes, "Okay." Zhou Jie then calmed down and began to slowly move his hands according to the guidance of the heat flow in his palms. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Speaking of which, Zhou Jie's calculation was accurate. Qin Feng and the others did indeed complete the mission on this day and returned to the base. After Zhou Jie contacted Qin Feng that day, but to no avail, he sent him a message and asked him to find him in the villa after completing the mission. He also told him that he would be in seclusion for a few days. On this day, after Qin Feng and the other two returned, they handed in the mission items and collectively went to Zhou Jie's villa. Jocko is probably still in seclusion. If he doesn't reply when we contact him, let's get his butler to inform him, Qin Feng and Lu Haoren said to the two people beside them as they walked on the road to Zhou Jie's villa. This kid, he just broke through and went into seclusion again. He really is a cultivation maniac, Lu Haoren couldn't help but say. Miyazaki Naganabu followed up and said, Zhou Jie broke through 100 stars and 51 stars in one go. It could be seen that although he broke through so long ago, his strength didn't fall behind it all. Well, Jocko is still you, Jocko, hee. Qin Feng laughed. In the underground chamber of Zhou Jie's villa, Kakashi had entered the realm of 6 paths to find Zhou Jie. At the same time, Zhou Jie was still practicing the Tai Chi hand. He slammed his palms on the cliff, leaving palm prints that were more than 10 centimeters deep. Your Highness, Kakashi is here. He should be looking for you, Zhou Tianwu suddenly said. Zhou Jie heard and immediately stopped. He patted his head and said, Then it should be a friend looking for me. I should go out. Well, then I will send you out. Zhou Tianwu nodded. After a while, Zhou Jie and Kakashi flashed out of the 6 Paths world. Kakashi kept the 6 Paths world, and Zhou Jie walked to the seat cushion in the room, picked up his identity card, and immediately contacted Qin Feng. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie and Qin Feng sat down in the hall on the first floor. For a moment, they were chatting happily. Not bad. A mission with 10,000 points. They said that there are unknown dangers, but we only explored a small area. We just need to be careful. This mission is easy. After hearing that Zhou Jie was going to accept the mission Dust Sea Star Exploration, Qin Feng immediately said he did not think that the mission was dangerous at all. With the 4 of us, we can take care of each other in the face of danger. Besides, it is usually not that dangerous. Lu Haoren also said, 10,000 points for all 4 of us. This mission should be specially prepared for us newbies. You know, the 5,000 points for this mission are split among the 3 of us. Miyazaki Naganabu also nodded and said, seeing that the 3 of them agreed, Zhou Jie smiled and said, Then it is settled. But you have just returned from mission. Rest for 2 days and make some preparations. We will depart after 2 days. What do you think? Okay, no problem. Okay. Qin Feng and the other 2 answered one after another. Chapter 97. Then, Zhou Jie invited Qin Feng and the others to stay and have lunch at his place. Qin Feng and the others naturally agreed. Zhou Jie took out his ID badge to order some ingredients and asked man in white number 2 to cook. However, after Zhou Jie clicked on his ID badge, he saw a notification from a few days ago. It was from the base's system. Huh? Battle points? Zhou Jie couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that the notification was about the opening of a new function. Then, he closed the notification and saw the icon of a new function on screen. It was none other than battle points. Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Qin Feng looked at it and said with a smile, "Oh, that's right. Jocko, you've just become a Star Lord. This function was opened after you became a Star Lord. We've already opened it, but it doesn't seem to be of much use." "Is that so?" Zhou Jie asked without raising his head. Then he clicked on the battle points and read the content. Qin Feng waited for a few seconds until Zhou Jie was almost done reading the content of the battle points. He said, "It's basically a battle with someone and betting on cultivation points. But we're all newcomers. Who can we fight with? What's more, this bet can only be carried out if both parties agree. If we weren't idiots, we wouldn't have agreed to a duel with such a huge difference in strength. It's only useful when two people with similar strength want to settle their grudges." "Okay." Zhou Jie nodded after reading the content of the battle points. Then, he continued with his original purpose, to order ingredients. After Zhou Jie ordered the ingredients, everybody began to chat. Then, Qin Feng and the others began to talk about their experiences during the mission. Zhou Jie listened with great interest. Half an hour later, Zhou Jie and the others were almost done talking. The first dish and the tableware were served by man in black number 2. So, Zhou Jie and the others began to eat. After eating for a few minutes, Qin Feng took out his ID badge and looked at it. "At some point, huh? There's a newcomer in the base. Judging from the name, it seems to be a woman," Qin Feng suddenly said. "Oh." Liu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu both raised their eyebrows and became interested. Zhou Jie also raised his eyebrows. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Yes, it's a woman. I've seen her." "Huh?" Almost at the same time, the gazes of Qin Feng and the other two converged on Zhou Jie as they asked in surprise. Seeing this, Zhou Jie's body stiffened. After looking at the three people separately, he couldn't help but ask strangely, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Is she beautiful? Is her figure good?" Qin Feng immediately asked Zhou Jie. "Zhou Jie, don't tell me you two are also." Zhou Jie couldn't help but look at Liu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu. He felt that Qin Feng's question was understandable, but Liu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu didn't seem like people who lacked women. Especially Liu Haoran, he was definitely a handsome man. Moreover, his family background was so good. "Tell me about it. It just so happens that I don't have a girlfriend." Liu Haoran answered indifferently. Miyazaki Naganabu nodded at the side and didn't say anything. Therefore, Zhou Jie had no choice but to say, "She's very beautiful. Her figure, I didn't pay much attention to it, but her legs are very nice." As soon as Zhou Jie said this, Qin Feng and the other two suddenly had a wow expression. Qin Feng's eyes were even brighter. He said, "Wow, it's unbelievable." These words came from Jaco's mouth. "It seems that Jaco's aesthetic is the same as mine. You also like beautiful legs." This time, even Liu Haoran followed and said, "Well done, Zhou Jie. It seems that this newcomer is really beautiful to be praised by you. Tell us the truth. Do you like her?" "Yeah." "Zhou Jie, do you like her?" Miyazaki Naganabu, who had always been indifferent, also asked Zhou Jie with a rare smile. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a headache. "Can we not talk about this?" Zhou Jie thought and sighed. "No, you must explain today." "Yes, you must explain. Say it. What are you afraid of? If you really like her, we can help you." Qin Feng and the other two said one by one. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel even more speechless. After thinking about it, Zhou Jie said indifferently, "She's Yuan Qingkong's cousin. She's from the Yuan family. There must be a lot of suitors. Among the few of you, only Haoran has a chance." As soon as Zhou Jie said this, it immediately stunned the scene. Although Zhou Jie was obviously changing the topic, Qin Feng and the other two were still stunned for a moment. "Yuan Qingkong's cousin from the Yuan family?" Qin Feng couldn't help but repeat. He couldn't even close his mouth. "What's her name?" Liu Haoran frowned and asked. "Her name is Yuan Rong." Before Zhou Jie could speak, Qin Feng answered. "So it's her. Liu Haoran got the answer and immediately said so. Seeing this, Qin Feng and Miyazaki Naganabu wanted to ask Liu Haoran something, but before the two of them could speak, Black Cloth number 2 flashed to the table and said to Zhou Jie, "Master, an outsider wants to see you." She said her name is Yuan Rong. In an instant, Zhou Jie's fork that was about to eat froze above the plate. Everyone was silent for a second. Zhou Jie put down his fork and raised his head to look at Qin Feng and the other two. He saw that the three of them were staring at him as expected, but he calmly ignored them. Instead, he opened his mouth and said to Black Cloth Man number 2, "Let her in." "Yes, master." Black Cloth number 2 answered and left. As soon as Black Cloth number 2 left, Qin Feng leaned over to Zhou Jie's shoulder and shook his head slightly. "Jocko, tell me honestly, what did you do to her? She actually came looking for you." "Zhou Jie, I only met her after I came out of the 100-star trials and chatted with her for a while. Nothing else." Zhou Jie finally maintained his calm and answered. Hearing this, Qin Feng pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. Liu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu looked at each other and shrugged slightly. "Zhou Jie, do you need us to leave for a while?" Liu Haoran suddenly asked. "Why should we leave?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but wonder. Liu Haoran, "Okay, it's fine." Miyazaki Naganabu and Qin Feng. Then, the four of them were silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Zhou Jie calmly said, "She's here." As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, Qin Feng and the other two also sensed the presence of a life form entering their detection zone. 1-star Lord detection range could reach up to 1,000 meters, but the degree of detection would weaken as the distance increased. Outside 1,000 meters, a person wouldn't be able to detect fluctuations even if they were sprinting. At 800 to 900 meters, they would be able to sense the fluctuations of a person walking. At around 100 meters, Qin Feng and the others could even roughly sense the person's body shape if they were standing in this range. A few seconds later, Yuan Rong, who was wearing a tight white soft armor, walked through the door on the first floor of the villa. She was only 20 meters away from Zhou Jie and the others. Yuan Rong walked over with her long legs and looked at Zhou Jie and the others with a smile. "It's so lively. Looks like I came at the wrong time." Zhou Jie was about to speak, but Qin Feng spoke first. "Of course it's the right time. How can it not be the right time? Yuan Marin, your presence really brings light to my humble abode." Yuan Rong heard Qin Feng's words and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she asked, "This is Zhou Jie's residence, right? Did I come to the wrong place?" Zhou Jie. Suppressing the urge to beat Qin Feng up, Zhou Jie finally had the chance to speak. "This is my residence. May I know why Miss Yuan is here?" "Oh, it's nothing. I've taken a fancy to a mission to explore Dust Sea Planet and wanted to find a team to go with me. However, I only know you, Zhou Jie, so I came to discuss it with you." Yuan Rong was straightforward and said bluntly. However, as soon as Yuan Rong finished speaking, Zhou Jie was shocked. Liu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu also had strange expressions on their faces. Qin Feng was even more stunned. He turned around and patted Zhou Jie on the shoulder. "Jocko, it's fate." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yuan Rong's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. Liu Haoran then said, "Cough, that, Zhou Jie. Then you and Miss Yuan will go on this mission with 10,000 points. We just finished the mission and are preparing to rest for a few days. We won't be joining in." "Okay." Miyazaki Naganabu also nodded quickly. Yes, we won't be going." Qin Feng also quickly added. Seeing this, Zhou Jie was a little tongue-tied for a moment. Yuan Rong finally understood what was going on. She immediately asked, "So you're planning to do this mission too? Then let's go together." No, my waist hurts, so I won't be going." Qin Feng quickly waved his hand. "My kidneys hurt, so I won't be going either." Liu Haoran said calmly, I have a toothache." Miyazaki Naganabu thought about it and also expressed that he would not be going. Chapter 98. At this point, Zhou Jie finally could not take it anymore. His face darkened slightly as he said, "All right, stop messing around. We've already agreed to go together, so let's go together. Miss Yuan, do you want to join the four of us?" Zhou Jie asked the last question to Yuan Rong. Sure, no problem. It's better to have more people to look after each other. It's just that 5 people is a bit too big for us to explore, so there's a higher chance of encountering danger, Yuan Rong replied. Clearly, she didn't take the so-called danger seriously. When Qin Feng and the other 2 saw this, they all shook their heads secretly, thinking that Zhou Jie was really a straight man, even straighter than steel. All right then, let's do that, Lu Haoran said helplessly at this time. Qin Feng also sighed and said to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, what's wrong?" Zhou Jie could not help but feel puzzled, so he asked Qin Feng in return. Nothing. Qin Feng was also very helpless. Then Zhou Jie invited Yuan Rong to sit down and have a meal together, but Yuan Rong politely declined, and after leaving her contact information, she was ready to leave. Zhou Jie did not say anything else, and said, "Take care," still sitting in his seat. Qin Feng and the other 2 watched Yuan Rong's beautiful back disappear at the door. When they turned around and saw that Zhou Jie was already eating, the 3 of them looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. The meal took nearly 2 hours, and Zhou Jie and the other 3 also discussed in detail the preparation for the Dust Sea planet exploration mission in 2 days. "That's it then, we'll set off in 2 days," Zhou Jie said one last time before Qin Feng and the other 2 left. After sending off Qin Feng and the other 2, Zhou Jie asked Black Suit number 2 to clean up the table, and he went to the underground quiet room. After practicing the Tai Chi hand for a while, Zhou Jie found that without the rich energy of the 6 Paths Pagoda, the difficulty of performing the Tai Chi hand increased and its power decreased a little. However, this was already within his expectations. In the next 2 days, Zhou Jie planned to properly consolidate and improve his Tai Chi hand and use it to simulate battles. In Zhou Jie's opinion, all moves, no matter how powerful they were useless if they couldn't effectively attack the enemy. Unleashing the power of a move to its greatest extent was more important than increasing the power of the move itself. 2 days later, an hour before the arrival of the mission spacecraft, Zhou Jie contacted Qin Feng and the other 2, as well as Yuan Rong, and explained the matters discussed. The main reason was that Yuan Rong was not present at the time, so he had to explain it again. The main content was about the division of labor between Zhou Jie and the other 3. As for Yuan Rong, she was naturally the target of protection. However, Yuan Rong did not want to be protected, but in front of the vote of Zhou Jie and the other 3, she could not resist at all, so she had no choice but to accept it. On the spacecraft, the relevant personnel distributed the mission equipment, instruments, and energy supplements to Zhou Jie and the other 4. As for the equipment and instruments, there were detailed descriptions in the mission, and Zhou Jie and the others had already learned about them, so they familiarized themselves with them for a few minutes. After learning that the spacecraft to Dust Sea planet would take 16 days, Zhou Jie and the others entered their own rooms on the spacecraft and began to do their own things. As usual, Zhou Jie mainly practiced the infinite hand, followed by the saber technique and the flying sword intent. During this time, Zhou Jie was pleasantly surprised that Zhou Jie suddenly had a deeper understanding and application of the lightning saber intent due to the comprehension and practice of the infinite hand. Previously, he had slightly changed the saber technique after using the lightning saber intent during the summit match, making it both hard and soft. However, compared to his comprehension this time, the progress of the saber technique during the summit match was almost negligible. Lightning, in addition to the domineering destruction, also has the intent of zigzagging. Previously, I felt that the lightning saber intent lacked variety, but I could only change it slightly when attacking. Now, perhaps because I've become stronger and with the intent of the Tai Chi hand, the lightning saber intent has been further improved. The flying sword intent can also be fully attached to the sword array, together with my Star Lord level energy. Zhou Jie looked at the blade of Cadiz in his hand. A strong desire for battle made the energy in his body surge, and his body emitted a glittering glow. At this moment, Zhou Jie really wanted to find an evenly matched opponent to have a good fight, but he also knew that it was impossible for now. So he could only gradually calm down, close his eyes, and meditate to cultivate universal energy. Cultivation time always passed quickly. During this period, Zhou Jie's team of 5 also had dinner together twice, chatting and deepening their understanding of each other. Naturally, it was mainly between Yuan Rong and Zhou Jie's team of 4. As for Zhou Jie's team of 4, they had such a gathering more than 5 times, so they were quite familiar with each other. 26 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the spaceship arrived above the Dust Sea planet on time. Looking down from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the surface of the Dust Sea planet was filled with flowing mud. As the spaceship continued to descend, Zhou Jie and the others finally saw through the computer in the cabin that the mud was actually the dust and flying stones in the sky. Zhou Jie and the others weren't surprised at all. They had already known that. The surface of the Dust Sea planet was full of hurricanes and tornadoes of level 17 or 18 on ordinary planets. Without the strength of a Star Lord, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves even if they had equipment. Very soon, the spaceship landed and stabilized. Zhou Jie and the others had already put on their armor. Each of them was equipped with a pistol-shaped detector with a palm-sized display. The detector could also be used as an energy gun to break some obstacles. A few minutes later, after the staff gave some final instructions, the door of the spaceship was opened, and Zhou Jie and the others were directly released from the bottom of the spaceship, which was 3 or 4 meters above the surface. With their strength, Zhou Jie and the others naturally landed steadily on the ground. However, when they landed, a gust of wind blew past the bottom of the cabin with sand. The force was so strong that Qin Feng, who was caught off guard, was almost blown away. Liu Haoran and the others almost lost their grip on the ground. Only Zhou Jie, who had one hand firmly inserted into the hard ground, didn't shake at all. Let's go. The exploration range of the 5 of us can be completed in half a month if we're fast. Remember to replenish your energy at all times. Zhou Jie said to everyone. During the first gathering, he was recommended to be the team leader for this mission, which was why Zhou Jie had spoken. After Zhou Jie and the others began to walk away, the spaceship carefully flew away along the route they came from. The formation on the surface of Dust Sea Planet covered the entire vicinity of Dust Sea Planet. If the spaceship flew randomly, it would encounter a terrible sandstorm. That would consume too much energy for the spaceship, and the instruments of the spaceship would malfunction, making it easy to get lost. Therefore, even a high-grade spaceship would only dare to fly and land in a safe area that had been explored. After Zhou Jie and the others got used to Zhou Jie's constant rumbling sandstorm, they moved toward the area that the mission required them to explore at a stable speed. The 5 of them stood in a semicircle, with Zhou Jie at the front, Yuan Rong and Liu Haoran beside him, and Miyazaki Naganabu on the other side of Yuan Rong. After traveling for more than an hour, Zhou Jie looked at the instrument and found that the mission completion rate was about 250%. This meant that if they could keep exploring at this speed, they would be able to complete the mission in about 10 days. After more than an hour, Zhou Jie and the others also became familiar with the general dangers of Dust Sea Planet. Occasionally, there would be stronger undercurrents or larger rocks. Although they were dangerous, Zhou Jie and the others could easily deal with them with their strength. However, Zhou Jie and the others did not feel relaxed. This was because the dangers of Dust Sea Planet were just so if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they would encounter an extremely terrible storm. At that time, they would not even be able to stand and could only rely on their equipment to crawl on the ground with all their strength to survive. In addition, they would encounter quicksand, which was also very dangerous. Especially if they were exploring alone, there was the risk of losing their lives. Of course, there were even worse cases where they entered quicksand and happened to encounter an extremely terrible storm. Or if they explored the ruins and triggered the formation of the ruins, there was the risk of losing their lives. The direction that Zhou, Jie, and the others explored was specified by the mission, but they also had room for choice. When they encountered quicksand areas, they could naturally go around them, but they still had to use instruments to record part of the edge of the quicksand area. Due to the harsh environment, Zhou, Jie, and the others had to deal with unexpected situations at all times, so they did not have time to rest. They continued to explore like this for more than 3 days. On the 4th day, as the group of people walked, they felt the hard sand under their feet suddenly crack. Everyone lost their balance and fell to the ground, but they were horrified to find that they were falling forward at an extremely fast speed with the sand and sand below them. Oh no, quicksand area. Chapter 99. Zhou Jie was shocked. He quickly turned over and grabbed Yuan Rong's hand, who was also sinking. At the same time, he shouted, "Don't move. Hold on to each other." At the same time, Zhou Jie also wanted to grab Lu Haoran on the other side, but he found that they were already several meters away. There was no way he could take care of both of them. Moreover, Lu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu had already grabbed each other, leaving only Qin Feng to sink alone. Zhou Jie frowned. He was about to tell Yuan Rong to approach Qin Feng and grab him together, but at this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past. The sand and stones on the ground that Zhou Jie and the others had just stepped on were swept over his head. In an instant, all 5 of them were swept up by the wind. Fortunately, Zhou Jie reacted quickly and used all his energy to sink down. Yuan Rong also did the same. The 2 of them only flew for about a second before falling back into the quicksand. However, they sank even deeper, and their bodies were quickly submerged by the fine sand. Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong naturally wanted to use their energy to stop sinking, but at this time, they were horrified to find that there was a strong suction force from below, dragging them in. The quicksand quickly went over their heads. Lu Haoran, Miyazaki Naganabu, and Qin Feng were in a similar situation, but Qin Feng was blown further away. When he fell back into the quicksand, his whole body sank almost in the blink of an eye. Plop! Zhou Jie's back hit the ground. He sat up and pushed Yuan Rong aside. "Sorry for the offense," Zhou Jie said calmly, then stood up and looked at the surrounding environment. "It's fine," said Yuan Rong. She then squatted and looked up. There was a bright yellow barrier, and above the barrier was the slow-moving sand. Just now, she and Zhou Jie had suddenly fallen from above. The moment they were about to hit the ground, Zhou Jie reacted quickly enough to pull her into his arms and land on his back, preventing her from hitting the ground directly. That was why Zhou Jie had said sorry for the offense. Yuan Rong was a Star Lord, and she wouldn't be hurt even if she fell from a height of 5 meters. However, since Zhou Jie was present, he naturally couldn't watch her fall. So, he subconsciously offered himself to her. Yuan Rong couldn't help but exclaim in shock after seeing her surroundings. At this time, Zhou Jie was still observing the surroundings. The place where the 2 of them were at this moment was like a straight path in an underground maze. There were high granite walls on both sides. Above the top of the walls was the streamer barrier. The ground was also made of a wall-like material, and there was a faint light flowing on the surface. Dong! Suddenly, Zhou Jie raised his foot and stomped on the ground, making a dull noise that startled Yuan Rong. "What are you doing?" Yuan Qin Kong couldn't help but ask. After stomping his foot, Zhou Jie frowned and said, "As expected, there should be a powerful formation here. We can't damage this place." Now, Yuan Rong finally understood what Zhou Jie had just done. It turned out that he wanted to test the endurance of the ground. With Zhou Jie's strength, even a half-meter thick alloy plate would be twisted and cracked. However, the ground under his feet wasn't damaged at all. Therefore, Zhou Jie was certain that they couldn't damage this place at all. Then, Zhou Jie raised his head and looked at the light barrier. Then, he suddenly jumped and touched the light barrier. Zhou Jie's hand went half an inch into the light barrier. Then, his fingers bent as if there was a huge resistance. Then, Zhou Jie fell back to the ground. "We can't get out from above." Yu and Rong saw this and asked in surprise. We can't get out. This should be part of the formation. It seems that we can only go in and not out. When my hand touched the barrier, it was blocked by a force and rebounded. I guess if we use more force, we won't be able to break the barrier with our strength and will only be rebounded even more. Zhou Jie replied with a serious expression. Yu and Rong heard this and frowned. She looked at the front and back of the passage and found that the end was dark. She couldn't help but say, "This seems to be an underground maze or palace. I didn't expect there to be such a place other than the residence of the original owner of Dust Sea Planet. I don't know what it is." Zhou Jie also looked at the two ends of the passage and said, "Dust Sea Planet is so big. The owner of Dust Sea Planet shouldn't live alone. Maybe this is the residence of his subordinates, disciples, or something like that. Or maybe it's used for storage or imprisonment. Let's explore this place first and see if we can find an exit." Okay. Yu and Rong didn't have any other thoughts. She immediately nodded and followed Zhou Jie to choose a passage to the south and walked quickly. At the same time, at the other end of this passage, Lu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu also chose a direction after a discussion, but it happened to be the opposite of Zhou Jie's. As for Qin Feng, he had fallen into another independent passageway. Zhou Jie and Yu and Rong walked for more than 300 meters in the chosen direction before they encountered a turn, so they continued to walk along the corner. After walking for less than 10 meters, they saw that there were 3 smaller passages in front of them. The middle one went straight, the left one turned left, and the right one went diagonally at a 45-degree angle. Yu and Rong saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. She looked at Zhou Jie and waited for him to make a decision. Looks like it's a maze. This is troublesome. Maybe there are treasures in the depths of the maze. The exit should be there, but because of this, it may be very dangerous to go deeper. Zhou Jie stood in front of the 3 passages and said, also having a hard time choosing. But the exit should be there. If we want to go out, don't we still have to go deeper? Yu and Rong heard Zhou Jie's words and couldn't help but twitch her mouth slightly. Zhou Jie was silent and stood there motionless for a few seconds. Zhou Jie, Yu and Rong was shocked when she saw Zhou Jie suddenly stop moving and didn't answer. She immediately walked up to Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie suddenly walked toward the passage on the right and said, "Let's go this way first and mark it." Zhou Jie took out a bottle of Zerg venom from a space ring, then squatted at a corner of the passage and poured a drop there. The viscous Zerg venom landed on the ground and immediately began to automatically clean under the effect of the formation on the surface. It slowly spread and then gradually seeped into the rocks. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown. However, he saw that although the venom was being cleaned, the speed was still very slow. In particular, there were still some solid particles left in the Zerg venom. Zhou Jie estimated that it would remain for at least a while. Since there was no other way, Zhou Jie added 2 more drops and then got up and said to Yu and Rong, "Let's go." Zhou Jie took the lead and strode forward. Yu and Rong hurriedly trotted to keep up. She looked back at Zhou Jie and couldn't help but ask Zhou Jie, "What did you drip?" "Zerg venom." Zhou Jie looked ahead and replied while spreading his mind power, "Why do you have that kind of thing?" Yu and Rong couldn't help but ask again when she heard that it was Zerg venom, although she didn't know what Zerg was. "You don't need to know." Zhou Jie was too lazy to explain, but he reminded her, "This place also has a lot of interference from mind power detection. Be careful in case of sudden danger." "Oh, I'm a star master like you. You don't have to be so worried about me," Yu and Rong suddenly replied, unhappily. Zhou Jie didn't say anything else, and the two continued to walk forward quickly, just like that. Zhou Jie and Yu and Rong walked for more than an hour. They passed through 15 forks in the tunnel, encountered dead ends 5 times, and had to turn back. Then, they returned to a certain junction a few times. They had simply gone around in circles. However, the two of them had nothing to say about it. After all, this was a maze, and it seemed to be much larger than they had imagined. It was already a problem whether they could walk out of the maze and enter the core of the maze within a day. It had only been a little more than an hour. What could they possibly find after going around in circles a few times? Moreover, this was already under the condition that they had Zerg venom as a marker. Otherwise, they might have to go around even more junctions. I wonder how Qin Feng and the others are doing. They probably don't have anything that can be used as a marker. That's troublesome. Zhou Jie thought to himself at some point. At the same time, they walked to a three-way junction. Another detour? Zhou Jie couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the remnants of Zerg venom on the left side of the tunnel. Chapter 100. Seeing this, Yuan Rong pursed her lips and sighed dejectedly. How long are we going to walk? Zhou Jie shook his head. There's no other way. Let's continue. Then, Zhou Jie chose another passage. Yuan Rong had no choice but to continue following behind. After another day, Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong finally walked out of the maze. Wow, Zhou Jie, look, there seems to be no more passage ahead. Yuan Rong said with her eyes wide open when she saw that there was light outside the passage. Zhou Jie also saw the light and said, Yes, we should be out of the maze. Be careful when you're out. Although Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong had walked around the maze for a long time, they didn't encounter any danger. Zhou Jie wasn't happy about this because if there was any secret treasure here, it would definitely be in the core area. The danger would also be there. Yes, Yuan Rong answered again. She admired Zhou Jie's vigilance. Genius disciples from aristocratic families like them didn't have Zhou Jie's ability. Soon, Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong walked out of the maze and entered a spacious underground space. In front of them was a straight, light black road about 20 meters wide and 50 meters long. It connected to the stairs of a dark yellow palace. The stairs had a total of 5 levels and were more than a meter high. It was also the foundation of the entire palace. The main part of the palace was more than 10 meters high. There was a huge arc of light at the top that isolated the quicksand above. On both sides of the road were black rock walls. Zhou Jie didn't even need to think to know that there was no exit. Yuan Rong landed half a step behind Zhou Jie and looked at the palace in front of them. There's actually a palace here. It looks like it's really a place for people to live. Zhou Jie frowned and looked at the palace in front of him. After thinking for a while, he said, If that's the case, we don't know where the exit is. We can only enter the palace and take a look. Zhou Jie had no other thoughts, and Yuan Rong naturally didn't either. The two of them walked into the palace. The palace didn't have a door that could be opened or closed. Instead, it was an arched door. After Zhou Jie entered, he discovered that the floor of the room was empty. There were only a few thick, dark golden chains that pierced through the walls of the palace and stretched across the middle of the room. Why are there chains above this room? What are they for? Yuan Rong asked curiously when she saw the chains. However, Zhou Jie was also frowning at this moment. He did not know what these chains were used for. After all, he had never heard of such a situation. Let's go in and take a look. Zhou Jie looked at the doorway in front of him and saw that it was still a room, but the light was coming from deeper inside. So the two of them continued to go deeper into the palace. The second room, the third room, the fourth room, there were a total of 9 rooms, and they were all the same. The only difference was that the number of golden chains in each room varied from 2 to 6. There are no more rooms in front. This is the source of the light. As soon as they entered the 9th room, Zhou Jie looked behind the doorway and said with a serious expression. At the same time, behind the doorway of the room Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong were in, there was a huge circular pool with a diameter of 100 meters. In the center of the pool was a dark golden platform about 2 meters above the water surface. A bald man in linen clothes sat cross-legged on the platform. In the past 1,000 years, he had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, quietly cultivating. Dozens of dark golden chains as thick as an arm pierced out from the rooms on all sides and tightly sealed the platform he was on, leaving only a few palm-sized holes. And right above his head, there was a 3-foot green sword that was constantly emitting green light. Faint fluctuations were constantly being released from the sword, and transmitted into the bald man's body. Suddenly, the bald man opened his eyes. He sensed two uninvited guests. His originally clear eyes flashed with a purplish-black light, causing him to frown. At this moment, Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong passed through the last doorway and came to the shore of the pool. Zhou Jie immediately saw the platform in the center of the pool that was wrapped by chains and the bald man sitting cross-legged on the platform. And through the gaps between the chains, Zhou Jie and the bald man looked at each other. This inevitably surprised him. "Someone's here." Yuan Rong saw the man in the center of the pool and exclaimed in a low voice. Then she realized that something was wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth. Little did she know that the bald man had already looked at Zhou Jie. But from Yuan Rong's position, she just happened to be unable to see the man's face, so she thought that the other party didn't see her. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Jie calmed down, but he couldn't help but breathe a little faster. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong because there was actually such a man in the center of the pool, and this man was actually wrapped and sealed by so many chains. Could it be that this was a prison specifically used to imprison this man, and this man was an extremely terrifying devil? For a moment, Zhou Jie wanted to pull Yuan Rong and turn around and run. But on second thought, he gave up on this idea because he felt that with the other party's strength, if he wanted to attack them and could, they would have been killed or captured long ago. But in fact, he and the man were looking at each other, and the other party didn't have any intention of attacking, which meant that there was room for negotiation. Perhaps he could find out where the exit was from the man. So Zhou Jie quickly adjusted his breathing and looked at the man as calmly as possible. Then he said, "Senior, we have mistakenly entered this place and didn't mean to offend you. May I ask where this is? How do we get out?" Yuan Rong was also shocked when she saw Zhou Jie suddenly acting like this. Then she looked over and saw that half of the bald man's face happened to be looking at her. She was so scared that she shrank her neck and retreated to a place where the man couldn't see. However, the bald man didn't pay any attention to Yuan Rong. Instead, he looked at Zhou Jie. A faint purple light flashed in his eyes, causing Zhou Jie to unconsciously frown. He then opened his mouth and asked, "You guys are Master's new disciples?" Zhou Jie was surprised and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeing this, the bald man seemed to understand something. He frowned deeply and then asked, "How did you come to this planet?" This time, Zhou Jie was slightly stunned. He gave a simple explanation, telling the bald man that they had accepted a mission from the Bounty Hunter Alliance to explore this place. Zhou Jie naturally had his reasons for saying so. After listening to Zhou Jie's answer, the bald man couldn't help but sigh. His expression was a little sluggish, and then he said in disappointment, "I didn't expect that in just over 1,000 years, Master actually..." Alas! The bald man heaved a heavy sigh and fell silent for a short time. Zhou Jie and Yuan Rong, on the other hand, changed their expressions after hearing that. They were both shocked. More than 1,000 years? So, this bald man is a Lord-level expert? Zhou Jie was secretly shocked. Ever since he joined the Star Sword Alliance, he had a clearer understanding of Star Lords and Lord-level experts. In particular, as a Star Lord himself, he knew that the lifespan of a Star Lord expert was around 1,000 years. A 1-star Star Lord could live for around 500 years, while a 9-star Star Lord could live for around 2,000 years. However, the bald man added the word "only" when he said more than 1,000 years, which had a different meaning. Only those who didn't care about 1,000 years would dare to say that. In other words, 1,000 years was nothing for the bald man. Therefore, the bald man could only be an expert with a longer lifespan than a Lord-level expert. After recovering from his shock, Zhou Jie finally summoned his courage and asked the bald man after seeing that he didn't say anything, "May I ask who you are, Senior?" The bald man was obviously still in a state of shock. He glanced at Zhou Jie, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and he didn't open them again until a few seconds later. Then, the bald man answered Zhou Jie's question. "I'm the Golden Light Overlord." Back then, for the sake of revenge, I was too eager to break through to the overlord level and fell into the enemy's trap. My inner demons were deeply planted in my heart, and later, my cultivation went berserk. As a result, I was suppressed here by my master to cultivate my heart. Even now, although I can suppress my inner demons, I still can't completely eliminate them. My master has set up a formation here, so I can still maintain my consciousness and gradually remove my inner demons. Therefore, I can't leave this place. Chapter 101. Zhou Jie and Li Tianlan held their breaths after hearing that. There's no exit? Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask. The Golden Lord didn't look at him again. He simply said, "This place is specially designed to suppress me. There's no exit. You can go out the same way you came in. Break the barrier above your heads and resist the suction of the quicksand formation outside. You'll naturally be able to return to the surface." Hearing the Golden Lord's words, Zhou Jie and Li Tianlan were stunned. It was as if he hadn't said anything. If they had the ability to break the barrier above their heads, they would have tried to return to the surface already. Moreover, if they could resist the suction of the quicksand formation outside, they wouldn't have fallen in here. Then, Senior, do you know what kind of strength is needed to break the barrier? Zhou Jie knew, but since it was the only way out, he naturally had to ask for more details. The Golden Lord glanced at Zhou Jie and said, "Use your full strength to attack the barrier for me to see." "Okay," Zhou Jie responded. Then he took out the Kadi's blade and poured the energy in his body into it. The Kadi's blade emitted a blue light. Lightning blade intent. Zhou Jie soared into the sky and slashed the streamer barrier nearly 20 meters above his head with a blade. Puff! With a soft sound, the Kadi's blade almost pierced through the light barrier. However, the barrier was very tough. Although it was deformed, it didn't break. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, had used up all his strength. He suffered a strong rebound and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the Golden Lord looked at Zhou Jie with glittering eyes, seemingly surprised. He then said, "You're a genius. Your attack power is comparable to that of a 2-star lord. However, if you want to take people out of here, you'll have to tear a huge crack. You'll probably need the strength of a peak Samsung Star Lord. You can try again when you become a 2-star lord, but right now, you're still far from that." After hearing the Golden Lord's answer, before Zhou Jie could say anything, Yuan Rong turned pale and couldn't help but ask, "We need the strength of a peak Samsung Star Lord to go out? Then, how long do we have to cultivate here?" Zhou Jie's expression turned solemn when he heard that. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He had to admit that even a genius like him would need 3 to 5 years to become a 2-star lord if he cultivated normally. This was especially true for Zhou Jie, who had to condense a star core on its own, which made it even more difficult for him to break through compared to ordinary people. As for having the strength of a peak 3-star lord, at the very least, in terms of attack power, even if Zhou Jie became a 2-star lord, he wouldn't be able to achieve it immediately. It will indeed take a long time, and it'll be even slower without cultivation resources. I'm afraid it'll take me more than 5 years to become a 2-star lord. If I want to unleash the strength of a peak Samsung Star Lord, it'll take even longer, Zhou Jie finally said, feeling powerless. Yuan Rong pursed her lips and said, "If you let me do it, it'll be even slower." "I didn't expect you to be so strong, Zhou Jie. You can already unleash the strength of a 2-star lord. I still need to use pills to be able to unleash the strength of a 2-star lord." Then, Yuan Rong took out a small bottle from her spatial ring. "Zhou Jie, this is the strength-boosting pill produced by the Medicine Deity Company. It's a life-saving item given to me by my family. There are 3 pills in total, and I haven't eaten any of them. Since you're so much stronger than me, try this pill when you become a 2-star lord and see if it can break through the barrier," Yuan Rong said as she approached Zhou Jie and was about to give the bottle to him. However, Zhou Jie waved his hand and refused. "Not for now. I don't know how long it'll take for me to become a 2-star lord. I'll leave it with you for now. When Qin Feng and the others arrive, we'll discuss what to do. Yuan Rong was about to agree, but the Golden Lord suddenly said, I'm talking about the strength of a peak Samsung Star Lord. Even if you're 100% sure that you can leave this place and return to the surface, as long as one of you can break through the barrier, you could try to leave with the other person. It doesn't matter if you fail. Also, don't tell anyone that I'm here. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Hearing the Golden Lord's words, Zhou Jie looked at the Golden Lord and nodded. Don't worry, Senior. We won't tell anyone. However, someone knows that we've come to the surface. I'm afraid that someone will come looking for us if we don't return for a long time. You don't have to worry about that. Now that I've woken up, I can change the form of the formation. The quicksand formation on the outer layer can also perform vortex strangulation in addition to the laminar flow. If I don't want anyone to come in, nobody below the Lord level will be able to come in, said the Golden Lord casually, but his voice was dignified. That's good. Our 3 companions should be here too. Can we wait for them here? Asked Zhou Jie again. Whatever. I need to continue suppressing my inner demons. Don't call me if there's nothing important, said the Golden Lord in response. Okay, replied Zhou Jie. Then he turned his head and motioned for Yuan Rong to go to the outer room with him to wait for Qin Feng and the other 2. Zhou Jie entered the innermost room and sat down in the corner. Then he said to Yuan Rong, wait for the others here. With that, Zhou Jie closed his eyes and began to meditate. Seeing this, Yuan Rong pursed her lips helplessly. Then she chose the corner opposite of Zhou Jie. She waved her hand and wiped away the dust on the ground before sitting down with her legs crossed. Over 2 hours later, Qin Feng was the first to arrive at the palace. However, he had entered from the other side of the door, so Zhou Jie and the other 2 only noticed him when he was close to the pool area. They went to call him over. In less than half an hour, Lu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu arrived as well. They entered the same door as Zhou Jie, so they naturally encountered Zhou Jie and the other 2. Now the team of 5 was gathered. With everyone present, Zhou Jie immediately told Qin Feng and the other 2 about what he and Yuan Rong had just learned. Which one of you can unleash an attack at the level of a 2-star lord or above? In the end, Zhou Jie asked Qin Feng and the other 2. His gaze was mainly focused on Lu Haoran. He had an extraordinary background. Perhaps he had a life-saving item that could unleash enough power to take them away from here. However, Lu Haoran and the other 2 shook their heads. Lu Haoran even said bluntly, I may have a life-saving item, but it's a shield. It can block powerful attacks, but it can't amplify them. Zhou Jie sighed inwardly when he heard that, but he did not show it on his face. He asked, then, maybe we'll have to wait until I break through to become a 2-star lord. Damn it. How many years do we have to be trapped here? How unlucky. Qin Feng said directly. Clearly, he was certain that Zhou Jie was the only one who could break through. Lu Haoran and Miyazaki Naganabu had no other choice. They both nodded to confirm it. Zhou Jie's expression was calm when he saw that. He said, then, everyone can cultivate here. I'll go cultivate alone in the maze. You don't have to look for me. Huh? Yuan Rong and the others were puzzled when they heard that, but they could not ask anything. They could only watch as Zhou Jie walked straight to the outer hall and disappeared behind several doors. Qin Feng shrugged and said, well, Jocko might be afraid that we'll disturb his cultivation. He's afraid of you, not us. Lu Haoran rolled his eyes at Qin Feng when he heard that. The meaning behind his words was clear. Qin Feng was the one who talked the most. Qin Feng. All right. Zhou Jie entered the maze alone. His brows were full of solemnity. However, Zhou Jie did not go too deep. He only took 2 detours. After making sure that Qin Feng and the others did not follow him, he summoned Kakashi from his space ring and briefly explained his current situation to him. Kakashi did not have any good ideas about this. He only said to Zhou Jie, Jocko, it's indeed unrealistic to burst out the strength of a peak Star Lord of Samsung in a short time. However, you're much stronger than before. Maybe you could try to draw more power from the Thunder Soul Pearl. It's equivalent to an Emperor artifact. If you can draw a trace of its origin power, you'll definitely surpass the strength of a peak Star Lord of Samsung. Zhou Jie was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He immediately said, "Okay, I plan to enter the six realms and try to draw the power of the Thunder Soul Pearl. At the same time, I'll ask the Tower Masters if they have any way to improve my strength in a short time." 10 minutes later, Zhou Jie came out of the Six Paths Pagoda and stood in the six realms. Thinking of what Zhou Tianwu had just said to him, his eyes became sharp. Let's refine the body with the Thunder Soul Pearl. Chapter 102. Zhou Jie had decided to improve his strength as quickly as possible so that he could take Yuan Rong and the others away as soon as possible. He might not be in such a hurry if he was the only one trapped there, but as the captain of the exploration team, he couldn't let go of the fact that his teammates were in such a predicament. He could only be at ease if he got everyone out as soon as possible. After discussing with Zhou Tianwu, Zhou Jie learned that it was much more difficult for him to become a two-star lord than it was for him to become a one-star lord. Zhou Jie wasn't even confident that he could achieve it in 5 years, but he might be able to exert the strength of a peak Samsung Star Lord while he was still a peak one-star lord. However, a one-star lord can also exert the strength of a Samsung Star Lord. There are thousands of geniuses in the cosmic ocean who can do that, and all the outstanding ones in the Holy Land have reached that level. Since you become a Star Lord with a perfect stellar core, it'll be easier for you to fight above your level. Your body, soul, and energy now have a lot of room for improvement, even for a one-star Lord. For example, those who cultivate the divine body can lift hundreds of thousands of kilograms in the mortal body state, and millions of kilograms in the Star Lord state. And that's just your physical strength, not external energy. This was what Zhou Tianwu had said at that time. Zhou Jie was extremely shocked by this, because he could lift 1,000,000 kilograms with his strength. He could do it now, but that was under the condition that he used the energy inside and outside his body, including the spiritual power, soul force. If he only used the strength of his body, Zhou Jie felt that he was far from being able to do it. Even if he had experienced the tempering of the Thunder Soul Pearl once, at that time, he had only activated a trace of the power of thunder, which had made his body much stronger than others of the same level. In the end, Zhou Tianwu also agreed with Zhou Jie's suggestion of using the Lightning Soul Pearl to refine his body. One of the most important points was that in the realm of six paths, as long as Zhou Jie didn't act recklessly, the life energy in the realm of six paths could guarantee that Zhou Jie wouldn't die from injuries. Therefore, Zhou Jie only needed to endure the pain to strengthen himself, and this was the fastest way to improve his strength in a short period of time. Furthermore, when one's physical strength is strengthened, it can in turn nourish one's soul force. The stronger one's soul force is, the faster one's cultivation will be. Zhou Jie learned a lot from his conversation with Zhou Tianwu and gained a deeper understanding of cultivation. Therefore, he secretly made up his mind to improve his strength to the level of an ordinary Samsung Star Lord in about 3 years. As for whether or not he could break the barrier and take them away by then, that was another matter. Zhou Jie tempered his body with the power of the Lightning Soul Pearl in the realm of six paths, while Yuan Rong and the others came to the outermost room of the palace to cultivate. After a few days of boring cultivation, Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore and proposed to spar with each other. This proposal was immediately approved by everyone, so Qin Feng and the other three began to spar, cultivate, day after day of cultivation. The strength of the four continued to improve during this period. In the third month, Zhou Jie came out of seclusion for the first time and met Qin Feng and the other three. He told Qin Feng and the others that his strength had improved greatly and that he would definitely be able to take them away within 5 years. Qin Feng and the others were very optimistic about this. Liu Haoran proposed to test the gap between himself and Zhou Jie on the spot, so the two had a spar. In this spar, the two didn't use weapons and fought with physical strength. Liu Haoran used all kinds of moves, but they were easily resolved by Zhou Jie. In less than a minute, Lu Haoran admitted defeat and said on the spot, "Zhou Jie, I didn't expect the gap between you and me to be so big. I can feel that you didn't use your full strength and block my attacks very easily, but you give me the feeling that you are as unshakable as a mountain." Zhou Jie just smiled at this evaluation and didn't say anything, but Qin Feng and the others were pleasantly surprised. The stronger Zhou Jie was, the closer they were to leaving. During the 3 months that Zhou Jie and the others were trapped in the underground palace, they were calm because they were used to it, but a lot of big movements happened in the outside world because of their disappearance. 2 months ago, missing? Hao Jue couldn't help but frown when he received the news that Zhou Jie and the others' mission was overdue. Missing? Send someone to investigate again and report back to me in half a month. Hao Jue quickly gave the order. Zhou Jie and the others disappeared at once. This was not a small matter, so he had to confirm it again. If he still couldn't find the whereabouts of Zhou Jie and the others, he would face a lot of problems. More than a month ago, a tall and handsome man in white armor came to the door of Yuan Rong's villa. After pressing the doorbell, Yuan Young Villa's AI butler quickly appeared. "Yuan Rong lives here, right? Go and inform Xiao Rong that Wei Qin Feng is here to visit." The tall and handsome man, Wei Qin Feng, said to the butler. However, the butler replied, "I'm sorry. Master went out 2 months ago and hasn't returned yet." Gone out for 2 months. Wei Qin Feng was surprised when he heard this. Did she go out to do a mission? Wei Qin Feng stood at the door for a long time and finally sighed helplessly. "Then let's wait here, Xiao Rong." Wei Qin Feng muttered the last 2 words, and his sharp eyes were filled with gentleness. In the 4th month that Zhou Jie and the others were trapped, the news of their disappearance and confirmed death reached the Yuan family, the Temple of the Stars, and the other forces behind them. Although the major forces agreed, the Temple of the Stars didn't want Lu Haoran to join the Star Sword Alliance. Lu Haoran acted first, and his father had no choice but to acquiesce. Their own prodigies joined the Star Sword Alliance, and the Star Sword Alliance had long since announced that the Star Sword Alliance wouldn't be responsible for the deaths of their prodigies while on a mission. However, the major forces behind these prodigies didn't buy it. The Yuan family wasn't so bad. They didn't have a Lord-class combatant behind them, so they didn't dare to do anything to the Star Sword Alliance. However, the Temple of the Stars was a colossus, and Lu Haoran was the young master of the Temple of the Stars. When the higher-ups of the Temple of the Stars learned of his possible death, they were naturally furious. They directly questioned the patrol inspector of the Star Sword Alliance's headquarters, Yoshino Emperor, who was also the person in charge of the elite training base. Yoshino Emperor couldn't absolve himself of the blame, so he agreed to send people to search for Lu Haoran and the others. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. He had to give the Temple of the Stars an explanation. The news of Yuan Rong and the others' deaths were also made public in the elite training base. When Yuchi Qin Feng learned of this, he almost went crazy. After returning to his villa, he stayed in his room like a corpse and didn't make a sound for half a month. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Zhou Jie and the others had been trapped. Zhou Jie underwent the 12th refinement with a Thunder Soul Pearl in the 6 realms. As the number of refinements increased, Zhou Jie gradually became more and more tolerant of the lightning energy. Using a little bit of lightning energy to refine his body was no longer enough to satisfy his needs. However, due to the limitations of his strength, Zhou Jie couldn't use more lightning energy to refine his body. This caused the strengthening of his body to become slower and slower. However, during this process, the amount of energy his body could absorb increased greatly, which made his foundation even more solid. Coupled with the fact that he had a perfect stellar core, Zhou Jie's energy was now comparable to that of an ordinary 2-star lord. However, he was still quite far from reaching the peak of 1-star lord, let alone condensing a 2nd stellar core. After spending more than a month to complete the 12th refinement, Zhou Jie planned his next step. It's indeed difficult for me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation, but I've pretty much finished refining my body. Next, I should focus on improving my soul force and attacking methods. It had been 3 years and 13 days since Zhou Jie and the others had been trapped. Zhou Jie was still cultivating in the 6 realms, but this time he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His brows were furrowed, and his breathing was somewhat unstable. After a long time, Zhou Jie opened his eyes and sighed. It's still not enough. I can't make a breakthrough. Condensing a perfect stellar core this time is obviously much more difficult than the last time. Senior Tianwu is right. Then, Zhou Jie stood up and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. The golden sword formed by the golden lotus swords on his back suddenly shot out. As it flew forward, it stirred up the energy in all directions. Flying sword intent, skyline tide. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be overjoyed. His lips trembled as he said, "It's done." Bang! The golden sword flew back, and Zhou Jie disappeared from the 6 realms with a single thought. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.